Poliana foi KP70. Foi KP70.
Caipi.
Fluente em mineirês.
Mas Poliana hizo uma dissertação em torno a... Poliana, ¿la conoces?
Boa tarde a todos e todas. Vamos dar início ao seminário, à tarde. Hoje começamos às 9 da manhã. O seminário estava previsto com 3 apresentadores. Vamos ter dois apresentadores de luxo, porque a terceira é funcionária do governo, teve uma missão importante e não pode participar. De qualquer maneira, é uma honra ter aqui e uma grande satisfação ter aqui 3 grandes acadêmicos e amigos formando essa mesa, com 2 convidados internacionais, né? E a debatedora, a Mariana, que é doutora pela PUC Minas em Relações Internacionais também, né? A senhora Mariana é da casa, né, Mariana? Também. E também é um grande prazer ter a Mariana como debatedora dessa mesa. Então, eu queria vou apresentar os 2 convidados internacionais, começando pela amiga Florencia Rubiolo, cuja apresentação dela vai ser relações entre China e Estados Unidos em ordem internacional cambiante. A apresentação vai ser em espanhol. Ela é doutora em Relações Internacionais pela Universidade Nacional de Rosário, que também é a minha casa de graduação, né? Então, especialista em estudos da Ásia Oriental pela Universidade Nacional de Córdoba e licenciada em Relações Internacionais pela Universidade de Salvador, que é em Buenos Aires, né? Ela é professora, diretora do programa de pós-graduação em Relações Internacionais da Universidade Nacional de Córdoba e é pesquisadora associada no Conselho Nacional de Investigações Científicas e Técnicas, CONICET. É diretora de Insight 21, da Universidade Siglo XXI, que é um think tank, né? É analista e consultora em relações e cenários econômicos e políticos internacionais, com foco na Ásia Oriental e Pacífico e nas relações de política exterior entre América do Sul e Ásia Oriental. O professor Giuseppe Lobruto, que já participou aqui em outra edição do Seminário de Potências Médias, há uns quantos? 9 anos. 9 anos. O professor Giuseppe Lobruto é doutor em Economia Política do Desenvolvimento pela Benemérita Universidade Autônoma de Puebla, México. É diretor do Instituto de Ciências Sociais e Humanidades Alfonso Vélez Pliego, da mesma universidade. É professor pesquisador do programa de pós-graduação em Sociologia da mesma Universidade de Puebla. Ele coordena o Grupo de Investigação em Cooperação Sur-Sur e Integrações Regionais da Rede Espanhola de Estudos do Desenvolvimento, del Desarrollo. E é membro do grupo coordenador da Rede Mexicana em Cooperação Internacional e Desenvolvimento, membro do Grupo de Pesquisa de Desenvolvimento Humano e Cooperação Internacional, da Cátedra Coiba, Universidade de Cantábria, na Espanha. Tem experiência como assessor especializado em projetos de microcréditos, consultoria externa. Principais interesses são cooperação internacional, cooperação sul-sul e desenvolvimento a partir de uma epistemologia crítica. Eu também formo parte da rede liderada por Giuseppe. Sem mais delongas, antes de passar a palavra para a professora Florencia, eu queria promocionar um pouquinho aqui esses livros. Por quê? Primeiro porque o professor Giuseppe e a rede de Cooperação Sul-Sul editam todos os anos um livro. Um vai ficar na biblioteca e vamos dar um jeito entre os participantes para sortear 2 livros aqui, alunos, ok? Aí vai me ajudar o Bernardo. Pode participar, Bernardo, no sorteio também, Laura, né? Podem participar no sorteio, mas vão me ajudar a realizar esse sorteio. E ficará na biblioteca. O último livro deles é A Cooperação Internacional em la Encrucijada, at the Crossroads. Reglobalização versus ordens mundiais solapados. Esse é o nosso livro e é uma satisfação porque somos todos autores de capítulos do livro, que aqui estamos na mesa. Então, né? Professora Mariana, professor, então tem capítulos dos integrantes da mesa, em espanhol, em português, né? E esse livro está sendo vendido por R$55. Um deles já está reservado para uma aluna que pediu para mim no corredor. Estamos vendendo por R$40 quem quiser nesse evento, ok? Então, temos alguns disponíveis à venda, ok? Então, sem mais delongas, muito obrigado. E, professora Florência, a palavra é sua, tem entre 20 e 25 minutos. Ok?
Boa tarde, bem-vindos, bem-vindas. Vou falar em espanhol. Meu português é muito ruim, então vou falar devagar, tentar falar devagar. E vou começar agradeciendo a Javier, quien nos invitó a esta conferencia. Muchísimas gracias, un placer estar en la casa de un amigo. También agradecer a todas las personas que nos recibieron acá, a Daniela, muchas gracias, a Leonardo y a todo el equipo de la PUC Minas. Un placer y buscando seguir para adelante con otras iniciativas que permitan acercar a las instituciones en las que trabajamos y a los países en los que nos desarrollamos, ¿no? Voy a dar inicio a la presentación. ¿Tengo para pasar el...? Ahí está, gracias. El título de la presentación es bastante general, pero mi intención es tratar de responder algunas preguntas y tratar de ser lo menos tediosa posible y aburrida, pero evitando una charla demasiado expositiva. Algunas preguntas que disparan esta presentación tienen que ver con, por supuesto, un desafío de Javier, del tema que quería que hablara, pero específicamente la presentación tiene que ver con la relación entre China y Estados Unidos en un orden internacional cambiante, por ponerle una definición. Podría ser en transición, podría ser en reconfiguración. Todas tienen diferentes implicancias. Sin embargo, estoy hablando de un orden internacional que cambia. Creo que esta idea premisa de base es importante de tener en cuenta, pero que permanece. Creo que acá hay un elemento. Entonces, ¿de qué orden global es del que hablamos? Esto es lo primero que me pregunto. En segundo, ¿y cómo operan ahí las relaciones entre China y Estados Unidos? En ese orden. ¿Hay otro orden global en configuración? Esa es una segunda pregunta que creo que también nos interpeló todas las presentaciones de estos días. Y por supuesto voy a hacer foco en América del Sur, porque es mi área de expertise. Y digo específicamente América del Sur y no digo América Latina, y es adrede, no es un sinónimo, es diferente. América Latina, incluso México, América del Sur, no. Y las relaciones entre tanto con China como con Estados Unidos, estos dos espacios geográficos definidos de forma distinta, son diferentes. No se puede entender de la misma manera la relación de América del Sur que la de América del Sur con México, es decir, de América Latina con ambos estados. Por eso me voy a concentrar en América del Sur. ¿Qué implicancias tiene para América Latina este cambio en el orden, si es que tiene alguna, que es lo otro que quizás nos podemos preguntar? ¿Tiene implicancias? Y si las tiene, ¿cuáles pueden llegar a ser? y la relación entre China y Estados Unidos en este espacio regional. Entonces, para empezar, muy brevemente, porque ya escuché las presentaciones anteriores, el profesor Sashi ya presentó algunos elementos de lo que es el orden global. La voy a... bueno, una imagen ilustrativa. Pero, ¿de qué orden global hablamos? Bueno, coincido mucho con los colegas que me precedieron, de un orden global que aspira, digamos, es quizás en un proceso donde está en un punto donde aspira a lo internacional, digamos, a ese alcance. Es difícil hablar de un orden global, puramente global, en el término de lo ideal de lo global. Se entiende que no tiene un alcance a cada uno de los puntos del rincón del planeta. Corea del Norte puede ser un ejemplo, por ejemplo. Entonces, pero es el orden quizás más global que hemos tenido. Vamos con una definición más de un continuo que de un absoluto, ¿no? Entonces tenemos un orden que es global, en este sentido, pero que tiene diferentes características. Nosotros cuando hablamos de orden, muchas veces, por supuesto en una definición muy general, que es un orden, un conjunto de principios y reglas y normas que articulan relaciones entre diferentes unidades. Y esto nos puede servir para explicar el sistema, cualquier tipo de sistema, ¿no? Esto es una definición abstracta. Ahora, este orden tiene algunas reglas particulares que lo hacen liberal, ¿no? Nuevamente, con muchísimas contradicciones, porque tiene reglas de naturaleza liberal que no son cumplidas por todos los miembros del sistema, ni siquiera por aquellos que le dieron origen, en gran parte, a esas reglas liberales, porque si así fuera, los derechos humanos realmente primarían a nivel mundial, y no priman, y no es por cuestiones o por situaciones en gobiernos denominados autocráticos, sino por gobiernos democráticos donde no priman el respeto de los derechos humanos en múltiples sentidos. Entonces, sin embargo, tiene esta definición de liberal, la preeminencia del individuo, ¿no? En esta percepción de lo liberal. Pero a diferencia de lo que a veces entendemos como orden, no es uno solo. Quiero traer esto a colación porque entendemos que al orden lo solemos ver como algo unificado. Sin duda, acá un poco acercándome a algunos autores, Acharya, por ejemplo, u otros autores de esta línea, del subglobal, que podemos debatir la categoría subglobal después. Pero existen diferentes subórdenes que operan y se superponen y se entrelazan para dar forma a este orden que bajo ningún concepto nunca fue ordenado, nunca fue homogéneo, ni fue interpretado de forma homogénea por todos los miembros que lo conforman. Y en general ha estado casi siempre en crisis, que es lo otro que quiero resaltar. Nosotros tendemos a pensar hoy el orden internacional liberal está en crisis. Sí, seguro, imposible de negarlo. Ahí está. Pero no es la primera vez. Y evidentemente hay varios autores incluso que discuten que la supervivencia de este orden radica justamente en su capacidad de sobrevivir. Ahí está. En su capacidad de sobrevivir y de sobrepasar la crisis, que forma parte de la naturaleza del orden. Lo quiero traer porque es algo que a veces usamos como argumento, pero este orden está en crisis. ¿Cuándo no estuvo en crisis? Podría ser una pregunta también. Entonces, dentro de estos diferentes subórdenes hay múltiples categorizaciones, pero a grandes rasgos, un orden económico, un orden vinculado a lo político-diplomático, un orden vinculado político-diplomático-militar, podríamos decir, y un orden vinculado a derechos humanos, democracia, como para pensar, derechos humanos sobre todo. En estos diferentes subórdenes, por supuesto, tenemos diferentes estados que tienen un compliance o cumplimiento mayor en un suborden y menor en otro. Y esto aplica a todos los estados, no solo en el caso de análisis acá a China de última. Al contrario, muchas veces China es más cumplidora en órdenes, en subórdenes, que potencias occidentales. quería dejar esto aclarado porque quiero argumentar que China no es una amenaza al orden liberal internacional en primera instancia, esto en primera medida. Segundo, que China de hecho forma una parte integral y activa en el sostenimiento del actual orden internacional. Sé que genera polémica lo que estoy diciendo, pero hay evidencia que muestra que su participación está siendo no solo bienvenida, sino necesitada para sostener múltiples organismos del actual sistema liberal multilateral. Y si China no estuviera, esos organismos no se sostendrían. Podemos mencionar muchos ejemplos, después podemos hablar de eso. China de alguna forma se constituye en un nuevo liderazgo original, único, sin precedente, no occidental, dentro de un orden de origen occidental. Probablemente, esto también es una cuestión muy particular, ¿no? Pero está liderando múltiples organismos y está liderando organismos propios, tratando de incluirlos en el orden, en este orden. Entonces, voy a pasar a la siguiente, perdón. Configuraciones podemos contemplar. Por supuesto no son todas ni cerca, y no aspiro a tener una presentación que abarque todos los fenómenos actuales, pero por un lado, por supuesto, o sea, ni hablar, para comenzar, una competencia, rivalidad, es difícil de definir, para mí es difícil encontrarle la palabra y no equivocarme, entre China y Estados Unidos. Pero una rivalidad que no es resultado de una competencia que emergió, que se produjo, no sé si me doy a entender con esto, que terminó siendo el resultado de que China crezca, en realidad. Por supuesto comenzó con una narrativa norteamericana, esto creo que lo conocemos, con una narrativa de construcción, de desplazamiento de poder. No quiero decir amenaza, pero sí de desplazamiento de poder, de posibilidad de ese desplazamiento de poder, que terminó reflejándose en medidas concretas. Comenzó como una narrativa, hoy sigue existiendo esta narrativa, pero comenzó a tomar forma en políticas concretas, principalmente políticas vinculadas al proteccionismo interno norteamericano. Está muy ligado con intereses nacionales de los Estados Unidos. No es solamente una política expansionista, tiene que ver, digamos, una política hacia afuera de los Estados Unidos. Tiene que ver con responder a intereses propios nacionales, es decir, también a la debilidad del propio sistema económico norteamericano hacia adentro. A partir de esto se empiezan a ver mayores medidas proteccionistas, se ven la aplicación de mayores aranceles en la relación, en la política comercial principalmente con China, aunque recuerden que no fue único las medidas proteccionistas norteamericanas, no solo estuvieron dirigidas a China, ¿no? Y hoy tampoco. Y una lógica incremental de esquemas políticos y militares, sobre todo con una mayor presencia en el Asia-Pacífico e incluso una reconfiguración conceptual de ese espacio que para los Estados Unidos ahora se define como el Indo-Pacífico, que es una creación conceptual de una región que como tal no existe. No quiero ofender a nadie, pero la región en términos naturales no existe en sí. Sí existe ahora en términos políticos. Y coincidimos que las regiones son constructos políticos, porque América Latina es un constructo político. Ahora, sí está dividiendo las aguas el concepto Indo-Pacífico de Asia-Pacífico. No voy a entrar en ese debate, pero es cierto. No obstante, esta lógica de competencia que vemos incrementada en diferentes dimensiones, al mismo tiempo coexiste con una lógica de cooperación e interdependencia, que es mi segundo punto, entre China y Estados Unidos. Eso también lo hace único a este momento histórico, porque después voy a entrar en algunos números, pero el nivel de interdependencia, sobre todo financiero y comercial, entre China y Estados Unidos es sin precedente en anteriores rivales internacionales. No tiene precedente. Entonces es claro que comprender cuál va a ser el resultado de esa dinámica es complejo. No es solo el resultado de una competencia, ni de una rivalidad, ni de diferentes principios. hay elementos que también, y que tienen que ver con intereses materiales, que los acercan. Asimismo, y mi tercer punto acá, que yo lo planteé antes, China hoy sin duda es indispensable e irreemplazable en el sistema económico internacional. Por supuesto es el top 3, por lo menos está en el top 3 de todos los países a nivel mundial como socio comercial, pero además es fundamental para el sostenimiento de, sobre todo, la estructura económica financiera multilateral del orden liberal. Y esto es reconocido no solo por los propios, probablemente chinos, muy conscientes de su rol en este orden, particularmente después del 2008, sino también es reconocido por potencias occidentales que saben muy bien que China cumple un rol irreemplazable en ese sostenimiento. Entonces hay un orden internacional en configuración alternativo, digamos, otro orden. Si hago este diagnóstico, mi respuesta hoy es no. Igual también mi respuesta es difícilmente hoy pueda ser uno cabalmente consciente de que ese proceso esté ocurriendo, porque lo estamos viviendo. Sin embargo, estamos viendo que hay desafíos y contestación, cuestionamientos selectivos a los subórdenes. Creo que es un punto importante que ese desafío es selectivo. No se están desafiando todos los espacios, todos los elementos del orden internacional. Se están desafiando los que no me convienen tanto, o aquellos que no representan mis intereses nacionales. Lógico, aquellos que no representan algunos de los principios que no puedo resignar. Entonces, esto sí existe, y lo que existe es un proceso de búsqueda de adaptación de de mecanismos particularmente, de mecanismos y de estructuras. Pero no me atrevería a decir que hay un proceso de reemplazo de estructuras. Lo cual me lleva a pensar también en esto es dos elementos más. Por supuesto que hay un proceso, sobre todo en el caso, voy a decir China, pero hay otros actores en este sentido, que buscan este desafío a las normas preestablecidas por el orden liberal en los momentos en los que las coyunturas buscan limitar el comportamiento o atentar contra los intereses. Lo estoy llevando al plano material. Pero en esos momentos donde hay una afectación directa al comportamiento estatal en política internacional o nacional o a los intereses nacionales, hay una respuesta desafiante. Ahora, esto se resuelve con una adaptación parcial o con un cambio de orden. Bueno, es una pregunta, no tengo la respuesta. Vemos que China tiene múltiples liderazgos, puedo mencionar algunos, por ejemplo, en la FAO tiene el cargo de dirección, en el PNUD, en el FMI. Entonces, su participación es protagónica en espacios centrales de toma de decisiones hoy. Además de la creación de instituciones múltiples, multilaterales, minilaterales, regionales, pero emulando en gran parte el formato de la estructura, la arquitectura de los organismos multilaterales actuales. La relación entre Estados Unidos... creí que me iban a decir que me quedaban 5 minutos. En este marco voy a ir un poco a la relación Estados Unidos y China, pero no quiero ser demasiado extensa. Hay un punto que me parece muy interesante que hablamos el otro día con Giuseppe, que tiene que ver con que, bueno, uno de los ejes de la interdependencia Estados Unidos-China tiene que ver con lo comercial. El principal, hay otros, por supuesto que hay otros, pero el de la interdependencia está muy dado por el eje comercial y el financiero. Voy a tocar el comercial. Por primera vez, en 2023, México fue el principal socio comercial de Estados Unidos después de 2 décadas, en 2023, ¿no? Esto tuvo mucho que ver con una caída de las exportaciones chinas hacia Estados Unidos que representó un 20%. Entre el 22 y el 23, las exportaciones de China a Estados Unidos cayeron un 20%. Se pueden asociar a muchísimos elementos. Tendemos a asociarlo con las medidas arancelarias implementadas por los Estados Unidos, ¿verdad? Cierto, tiene un gran impacto. Otro impacto tuvo que ver con una no me sale la palabra, con un freno o con una leve recesión China a nivel interno, porque su participación a nivel comercio internacional también cayó. Pero hay un elemento más y que se asocia con la idea de que México sea el principal socio comercial y que está que ver con que a partir de las medidas, sobre todo de la negociación del nuevo TIMEC, donde se establecen nuevas condiciones para la importación de parte de México de productos, de parte de Estados Unidos de productos mexicanos, se establece un porcentaje de producción realizada en México, ¿no? De valor de origen, de producción de origen. Acá se demuestra la capacidad de adaptación de China a las normas externas, ¿no? Y la capacidad de supervivencia probablemente también. Porque durante ese periodo, durante estos 5 o 6 años, China readaptó su política comercial y productiva para trasladar una gran parte de su producción que antes exportaba directamente a los Estados Unidos, producirlo en México, producir los últimos, sobre todo, procesos productivos más que nada de vehículos en México y de ahí exportar como producto de origen a Estados Unidos. El producto termina siendo mexicano. La producción en un 75% es china. En realidad es engañoso mirar solo el número, a eso voy. Es engañoso mirar solo la estadística. Todo el proceso atrás demuestra, primero, la futilidad del esquema arancelario que está aplicando Estados Unidos para frenar las importaciones de China de su propio país. Porque si China tan inteligentemente, podríamos decir, y tan rápidamente logra adaptar su política comercial para hacerle un bypass a las medidas arancelarias, quiere decir que es muy inútil el sistema arancelario que está aplicando Estados Unidos para proteger su producción y también para frenar la participación china en el comercio bilateral y reducir el déficit. Esta política nosotros la conocemos, por un lado nosotros podemos, la política norteamericana se la reconoce como de friendshoring, ¿no? Está tratando de acercar la producción a los países afines, de alguna forma, y evitar la dependencia sobre China, diversificar. Sin embargo, lo que está ocurriendo es que continúa la misma concentración, solamente que China ahora produce en México. Es la única diferencia. Esto como para entender la dificultad, lo que quiero expresar con esto es la dificultad de romper ese esquema de interdependencia, ¿no? Quizás haya otras ideas después, en este momento, y eso dificulta, por supuesto, el enfrentamiento directo de ambos, más allá de que ha habido otras medidas que no quiero profundizar para seguir con la última. Bueno, ¿cuál es el rol en América Latina? Mi primera frase ahí es ¿cuál es la relevancia que tiene la región para ambos poderes? De América del Sur, porque quiero dejar a México afuera, porque como acabo de mostrar, México tiene un rol protagónico en esa relación. Es distinto. ¿Cuál es el rol de América del Sur? O, si quieren, de la frontera mexicana para abajo. Y voy a decir algo irrelevante, tanto para Estados Unidos como para China. Irrelevante en términos, por supuesto, relativos a nivel global. Si uno se pone a mirar el mundo, ¿cuál es el rol que tiene el Indo-Pacífico o el Asia-Pacífico? ¿Cuál es el rol que tiene Europa para ambos países? ¿Cuál es el rol que tiene Asia Central y Rusia? ¿Cuál es el rol que tiene África incluso? ¿Cuál es el rol que tiene América del Sur? Tanto para Estados Unidos como para China. Sacando los casos de México, por lo que dije, y de Brasil, por el rol que tiene como potencia regional en nuestra región, y la plataforma de vinculación que tiene con China por múltiples esquemas multilaterales, el resto de la región no tiene relevancia significativa para ninguno de los dos. No, si tuviera que hacer una evaluación de esto, decir es una buena o una mala noticia, probablemente pensaría que es una buena noticia. lo podemos también discutir. La presencia de China en América Latina sigue teniendo mucho que ver con sus necesidades de desarrollo interno, con el acceso a fuentes de productos primarios, lo podemos ver claramente. Es natural que la demanda interna genere esa proyección externa, la necesidad de satisfacerlo. Hay un creciente interés en las inversiones y en los empréstitos, en el desarrollo, sobre todo, de grandes proyectos de infraestructura en América Latina, en América del Sur. Sin embargo, sigue siendo muy poco relevante si lo comparamos a nivel global. Tendemos a verlo muy relevante nosotros, pero acá la pregunta es cuán relevantes somos para ellos. Entonces sigue siendo muy poco relevante a nivel estructura de relaciones globales de China, en términos de financiamiento y en términos de inversiones y de empréstitos. ¿Es un desafío de Estados Unidos en este sentido? Entonces, en América del Sur, China, mi respuesta es que no está desafiando a Estados Unidos, que la percepción norteamericana, más allá de ciertas narrativas, tampoco es que China está desafiando su presencia en América Latina, pero no porque tenga mucha presencia, no porque tenga una presencia muy fuerte, sino porque para Estados Unidos América del Sur tampoco es un espacio de relevancia a nivel global. Nadie se desafía en espacios que no son de relevancia. Creo que acá hay un punto que tiene que ver con los gobiernos sudamericanos, ¿no? Pero sin dudas, América Latina se está viendo como un escenario de competencia, pero si ustedes van a ver los números, por ejemplo, de financiamiento, de inversiones, de comercio, China y Estados Unidos son complementarias para América del Sur, en realidad. O sea, para la Argentina el rol de China es complementario al que tiene, a la relación que tiene con Estados Unidos, en términos de canasta exportadora, en términos de acceso a financiamiento. Gracias a que China habilitó la renovación del swap, Argentina le puede pagar al FMI. Eso es complementariedad, no es competencia, si uno lo piensa. Entonces, uno podría pensar, para ir cerrando, que China tiene un rol muy importante en América Latina, en América del Sur, nuevamente, por un lado, en la estabilidad regional, sobre todo la económica. Puede tener un rol muy importante en términos de desarrollo de la región. Todavía esto no está visto, están desarrollándose proyectos, todavía no tiene el rol, tiene un potencial de tenerlo, sin dudas. Para Estados Unidos esto no es un problema, es más bien una solución. Si nosotros estamos frente a un líder, en este caso, en un hegemón hemisférico, por decirlo de una forma, que no tiene capacidad de financiamiento externo, que no tiene capacidad ni voluntad de financiar grandes obras de infraestructura vinculadas al desarrollo, que no puede reemplazar la compra de bienes, en este caso primarios, que son los principales exportados hacia China. ¿Cuál es el problema que está significando China en su presencia en América del Sur para los Estados Unidos? Es más bien hoy una solución. Sería un gran problema que China decida retirarse de la región. Y el problema no sería solo para nosotros, también sería para Washington. Con esto cierro, gracias.
Só para avisar que estamos em transmissão, né, pelo YouTube. Né? Eu vou ir checando, se tiver alguma pergunta online também vou checar depois. Okay? Paso a palavra para Josep.
Muchísimas gracias, amigo. Un gran placer estar hoy aquí. Voy a hablar español. Es muy difícil que hable portugués. Quiero agradecer al profesor Javier, al profesor Leonardo, a la profesora Daniela por la invitación. Es un honor y un gran gusto regresar acá después de 9 años del primer congreso que hubo sobre potencias medias en 2015. Cuando Javier, que es un querido amigo con quien trabajo desde ese año, desde 2015, luego podemos platicar cómo nos conocimos, hablar sobre la cooperación sur-sur, pensé que la mejor forma para abordar la relación de China con América Latina, en mi punto de vista, era hacerlo utilizando este concepto de cooperación sur-sur que hemos estado trabajando en nuestro grupo a lo largo de los últimos 15 años y enmarcar esta presentación en 3 fases. La primera es un abordaje teórico-metodológico que nos permita entender los conceptos y cómo estamos viendo el fenómeno social, esta realidad, a partir de este apartado teórico-metodológico que es la teoría del sistema mundo. El segundo elemento es entender qué es la cooperación sur-sur de China y en tercer lugar, cómo China entra en América Latina y se relaciona con América Latina. En la parte final del siglo XX, los estudios sobre la globalización fueron analizados sobre todo por la sociología norteamericana a partir de 2 grandes filones que son la sociología histórica y comparativa y la economía política de los sistemas mundos. Esas 2 escuelas buscan movilizar el conocimiento histórico para solucionar problemas de naturaleza macrosociológica que divergen entre sí en sus cambios de estudios. Comento todo esto porque al hablar de China y América Latina en el contexto de la reconfiguración hegemónica y dar esta mirada desde la cooperación sur-sur, me gustaría también dar unas pinceladas sobre lo que entiendo a partir de la teoría del sistema mundo sobre transición hegemónica, un momento en el cual hay un caos sistémico, que es otro concepto muy complejo, y en el cual el orden alternativo que se va generando, como bien decía Florencia, no significa que va a desafiar directamente al orden hegemónico existente. Y lo que el mainstream occidental en este momento quiere vender al mundo es al revés, que este orden alternativo quiere desafiar a China. En segundo lugar, a partir de las reflexiones que hemos tenido en el grupo de investigación con la doctora Ada Cabrera, hemos acuñado un concepto de emulación temprana de la construcción de hegemonía de China con respecto a lo que fue Estados Unidos cuando construyó su propia hegemonía, que en pocas palabras significa que China construye, a partir de esa interpretación teórica que nosotros tenemos, su hegemonía construyendo por antes un entramado multilateral, que es lo que Estados Unidos hizo después de tener su hegemonía, es decir, ganar la guerra y volverse potencia hegemónica. Este estudio se enmarca, este análisis, en la primera de las 4 controversias que entrelazan el trabajo de Giovanni Enrique de Beverly Silver sobre el futuro de la política mundial, es decir, el cambiante equilibrio de poder entre estados y en particular si es o no posible que surja un nuevo estado hegemónico. Una de las grandes preguntas y que hemos discutido en estos días ¿es posible identificar, aquí se ha debatido, un nuevo orden hegemónico alternativo? Bueno, Giovanni Enrique nos dice que si la posición estructural de las... Giovanni nos da 3 elementos en un artículo sobre globalización en donde analiza un debate entre Tilly y Wallerstein, que me parece excepcional, identifica 3 posibilidades. Si la posición estructural de las organizaciones privadas líderes del capitalismo mundial en relación a los estados hoy en día son las mismas de aquella del siglo XVI. Una segunda opción es, en un segundo análisis, si la verdadera novedad en la actual globalización es la dificultad de las instituciones dominantes del capitalismo de enfrentar para acomodar las demandas combinadas del tercer mundo y de las clases sociales. Y una tercera cuestión que es importante analizar es si se trata de un aparente desplazamiento del epicentro de la economía global hacia otro lugar y si esto se mantuvo durante también, si tiene las mismas características durante la primera ola de globalización, porque como saben, para la teoría del sistema mundo la globalización no es algo reciente, es algo mucho más antiguo. Hoy digo todo esto porque en lugar de presenciar a la acostumbrada fusión de un orden superior de poder militar y financiero, como fue el cambio de hegemonía, por ejemplo, entre Estados Unidos entre Inglaterra y Estados Unidos, hoy vemos que el liderazgo que consideramos que es en declive sigue manteniendo el poder militar, mientras el liderazgo que consideramos que es alternativo construye un poder financiero que puede poner, digamos, tener un papel cada vez más fuerte dentro de las relaciones internacionales. Esto nos permite también entender, y Arrighi lo dice en este artículo sobre la globalización que releí justo en el avión, que lo que parece pasar es lo que Javier Badel ha comentado con Leonardo muchas veces, si es posible volver a un multicentrismo tal como lo tuvimos en el siglo XIII. Esto que digo no significa ver la historia como lo hacía Giambattista Vico, es decir, corsi e ricorsi storici, es decir, que la historia se repite. No, no, no. Nosotros, la unidad de análisis es el sistema, y vivimos en un sistema social histórico que nos debe de permitir cómo entender estas transiciones hegemónicas. Acuérdense que somos cientistas sociales, no podemos ver un fenómeno solamente a partir de una disciplina que es las relaciones internacionales, y no lo podemos ver solamente a través de la coyuntura, debemos verlo a través de una perspectiva histórica e interdisciplinaria. Y me permití hacer toda esta introducción porque es muy importante con respecto a lo que voy a decir en esta ponencia, porque creo que el marco teórico define cómo nosotros estamos abordando este fenómeno. De hecho, Arrighi, en Adam Smith en Beijing, nos dice que la primera situación sería que el sistema interestatal superaría las tensiones y seguirá vigente manteniendo a Estados Unidos como líder. Esto, por ejemplo, implicaría en el marco de la cooperación internacional que lo que hizo el CAD y la OCDE en 2018 implantando los TOSD, Total Official Support for Sustainable Development, que es una métrica para medir la ayuda al desarrollo frente a la avanzada China en una nueva manera de entender a la cooperación. China se deslinda totalmente de la manera oficial del CAD de entender la cooperación y se acerca a una mirada del sur global que empieza a partir de Bandung, en el cual es cooperación económica. Y va más allá de eso, es diálogo políticos, acuerdos comerciales y financiamiento. Y la clave en todo ello, y se puede observar en los acuerdos estratégicos, en los préstamos, en las inversiones, es en las diferencias de condiciones que establece China en relacionarse con otros países con respecto a Estados Unidos. Por eso la importancia de la cooperación sur-sur, hoy, independientemente que una de las grandes preguntas que pueden hacer es que la categoría norte, la categoría sur, hoy está superada. Sin embargo, esta forma de llamarla así también tiene una potencia, es decir, permite entender a China como digamos, un polo que puede, a través de estas relaciones tú a tú, digamos, de tú a tú, de pares, establecer una nueva forma de cooperación que no es ayuda al desarrollo, no es el proyectito para combatir la pobreza, digamos, para decirlo en palabras más sencillas. La segunda mirada es lo que nosotros llamamos un nuevo sistema interestatal, es decir, podemos pensar que lo que está surgiendo es un nuevo sistema interestatal a partir de este concepto de emulación temprana. Y quiero pararme en esto. La emulación de Estados Unidos, de China con respecto a Estados Unidos, se sintetiza en un doble proceso. En primer lugar, en la forma en que China actualmente se articula en un marco institucional ante la intensificación del actual caos sistémico, es decir, en un momento previo o temprano respecto al que podríamos considerar el claro ascenso de una nueva potencia hegemónica. Este marco opera bajo la lógica de un diálogo político que permite acuerdos comerciales y promueve estrategias de desarrollos basada en el cambio estructural. Y ahí Justin Gifulin, la nueva economía estructural. En segundo lugar, de manera similar, mantener el camino hacia el consenso multilateral que apuntaló el proyecto estadounidense basado en la promoción del desarrollo, y este desarrollo se va a dar a través de la cooperación sur-sur. Pero eso no es el desarrollo económico que entendieron los países occidentales, que hubo un debate en la historia del desarrollo. Ese desarrollo que se estableció como idea también en el nuevo orden económico internacional, que es un desarrollo estructural, es decir, que hay cambios que favorecen los cambios en las mismas estructuras económicas. Y las lo que consideramos que la Belt and Road Initiative, la Global Development Initiative, la Global Security Initiative, la Global Artificial Intelligence Governance Initiative de 2023, se inscriben en este gran proyecto de futuro común compartido de China. Aunque son estrategias diferentes, pero nosotros vamos intuyendo que esto es el camino. Este trabajo argumenta que China está creando condiciones para ejercer una influencia económica y creciente a escala mundial, especialmente América Latina. Y lo digo, sabemos que América Latina no es el focus de China. Sin embargo, América Latina tiene algo que ninguna otra región del mundo tiene, es la puerta a Estados Unidos. Acuérdense de la doctrina Monroe, América Latina como patio trasero de los Estados Unidos. Acuérdense lo que pasó durante la crisis de los misiles cuando los rusos pusieron los misiles en Cuba. Estados Unidos tiene una fobia de que una potencia fuerte tenga cada vez más relevancia en su propio territorio, como lo consideran. Mientras tanto, Estados Unidos enfrenta cada vez más dificultades para desplegar sus mecanismos de dominación económica, profundizando su crisis hegemónica desde finales del siglo XX. Y era lo que le decía antes citando a Righi. Esta decadencia de hegemonía de Estados Unidos la podemos observar también en un armamento cada vez más fuerte de Estados Unidos, mientras China, como posible potencia en ascenso, va hacia otro tipo de financiamiento, se inserta en otro sector, no le interesa la cuestión militar. China, mediante la cooperación sur-sur, genera condiciones económicas, políticas, intentando promoverse como promotora de un nuevo consenso interestatal. Y el consenso lo puedes tener no solamente porque estoy de acuerdo que quiero un China way of life, no, porque me conviene tener relación con China con respecto a Estados Unidos. Y el caso emblemático es México. México es parte del TEMEC. Nosotros somos, decía bien Florencia, el primer socio comercial. Sin embargo, de manera muy abajo, la inversión de China ha llegado a México en los proyectos más importantes, el Tren Maya, la refinería Dos Bocas, para decir algunos ejemplos. Les decía que en el mes de junio, en mi ciudad, que es Puebla, que tiene Volkswagen y Audi, las ventas de coches chinos rebasó a Volkswagen. Sin ninguna publicidad, sin ningún, marketing especial que permite entender en un país que está ligado además al TEMEC, imagínense, que ellos llegaron y así fueron impulsando. La cooperación de China y América Latina y el Caribe se enmarca en dos estrategias, en nuestra opinión. El gobierno chino parece poner en marcha esta estrategia de relaciones internacionales muy similar a la que habrían desarrollado los Estados Unidos cuando se volvieron hegemonía a partir del consenso de la ONU, basada en esta cooperación al desarrollo, en esta gran idea del desarrollo de Truman. Ahí también se basa la hegemonía, se basó de Estados Unidos. Pero ellos lo están haciendo ahora con un esquema más horizontal de cooperación, mucho antes de convertirse en lo que se puede definir hegemonía, en cualquier de los marcos teóricos como lo definamos. Y para lograr este cometido consideramos que esta estrategia de vinculación viene acompañada por una nueva idea de estrategia, por una nueva estrategia de economía estructural que busca vincular a las distintas regiones del mundo al proceso de desarrollo de China. Y lo podemos ver a la relación de China con África, el FOCAC, la relación de China con el sureste asiático, la relación de China con la misma América Latina, aunque no tiene la misma fuerza, la misma potencia. En ese sentido, este caos sistémico, resultado de la transición hegemónica y de la crisis del capitalismo histórico, es muy importante llamar las cosas por su nombre cuando utilizamos un marco teórico establecido. Nosotros vivimos dentro de un capitalismo histórico, dentro de un sistema social histórico que tuvo un comienzo, tuvo una evolución y seguramente va a cambiar. Y en donde puede haber unas transiciones hegemónicas. Y en este sistema social históricos se caracteriza por la capacidad de los marcos del capitalismo para neutralizar qué cosa, lo que estamos viendo, que todos los colegas analizamos en distintas perspectivas en estos paneles, en estos días. Rivalidades interestatales, competición empresarial, conflictos sociales, nueva configuración de poder y sobre todo la cooperación y la ayuda así como se conocen las relaciones internacionales, están históricamente inscritas en este caos sistémico. También se puede hacer un análisis de ellos a partir de una perspectiva histórica y van a ver que en cada caos sistémico podemos ver formas de cooperación y de ayuda con diferentes maneras y con diferentes mecanismos. La cooperación internacional, por ello, así como la conocemos, la ayuda oficial al desarrollo, ha sido un mecanismo que han utilizado las antiguas metrópolis y países del norte para mantener su influencia política y económica del sur. Aquí voy a hacer una paréntesis. Ustedes saben cuándo apareció por primera vez el concepto development. Aparece en un documento que del gobierno de Gran Bretaña mandan a través de la Compañía de las Indias a India, en el cual hablan de development. Es decir, están los incivilizados que se tienen que civilizar a través del desarrollo. Eso en documentos oficiales, ni siquiera hay una teorización sobre eso. Entonces podemos ver cómo la misma cooperación en otro momento histórico utilizó ese mismo concepto para construir hegemonía, para construir consenso. ¿Consenso sobre qué? Que solamente hay una manera de vivir en este mundo, que es los países civilizados. Esta forma de cooperación crea lazos de dependencia que perpetúan el desarrollo de los países del sur. Esto no lo digo yo, hay libros excepcionales en el mundo de la teoría del desarrollo, desde Gister, David Sogg, Mosley, Alonso, que desde distintas perspectivas han hecho análisis históricos y cuantitativo y cualitativo para entender lo que les estoy comentando. Gister, les aconsejo este libro que es bellísimo, Dar y Tomar. Pero el Dar y Tomar es de David Sogg. El de Gister es sobre la cooperación y sus falacias de la cooperación. Dice, es necesario cambiar la relación norte-sur, decía en 2009, para lograr una cooperación más solidaria y justa que permita superar la lógica de la dependencia. Pero voy a ir más allá, porque mi querido Javier me hizo pensar mucho. En 2010, durante mi doctorado, yo escribí un capítulo sobre la cooperación para la desconexión. La desconexión es un concepto de Samir Amin que trabajó, de manera muy fuerte para desconectar, que él entendía, Samir Amin sostiene que la cooperación para el sol es posible mediante la ruptura de la lógica capitalista. El objetivo es romper la dicotomía centro-periferia y fomentar una cooperación solidaria entre países y bloques regionales. Se debe luchar para la transformación del sistema capitalista, integrar los valores de libertad, igualdad y fraternidad en un horizonte de cooperación entre seres humanos diversamente iguales, superando la idea de cooperación para el desarrollo. Esto que decía Samir Amin en los años 70 es revolucionario y que hoy viene recuperado con otras, interpretaciones frente a lo que está sucediendo para ver si los BRICS pueden representar, dice Javier, una desconexión con respecto a otro sistema multilateral que existe. Vamos a hablar de la cooperación sur-sur de China. China ha redefinido su política exterior posicionándose como un socio clave en el sur global, en el este asiático, en Medio Oriente, en África, en América Latina, en Europa. Y vemos cómo hay diferencias claras entre la ayuda al desarrollo y la cooperación de China. La ayuda al desarrollo sigue criterios del Comité de Ayuda al Desarrollo, de la OCDE, son flujos financieros, donaciones o préstamos en condiciones favorables. El objetivo es promover el desarrollo económico. Mientras, la ayuda de China combina desarrollo con objetivos económicos estratégicos, no sigue las normas de la ODE ni los criterios del CAD de la OCDE y es difícil de medir o rastrear. Porque ¿cómo vas a medir o rastrear? Porque son muchos factores. Rompe con el status quo del liberalismo para entender las interdependencias, para entender las relaciones económicas y comerciales. Por eso es revolucionario en términos teóricos también y conceptual lo que a través de esta cooperación se realiza. Ahora aquí voy a dar unos datos. Distintas etapas de la cooperación china, voy a ser muy breve. Primer momento 50-69, una política ideológica fuerte basada en autosuficiencia y beneficio mutuo. Un segundo momento que es la estrategia de Mao, liderar el tercer mundo. Tercer momento, nueva dirección tras la muerte de Mao y la llegada de Deng Xiaoping, una política de ayuda más programática. Un cuarto momento, aumento de la ayuda exterior y menos ideología en la política exterior. Se introducen los préstamos beneficiosos en 1995. Hay un vínculo más fuerte entre ayuda, inversión y comercio. Un quinto momento, cambios radicales en la política de ayuda, mayor papel de donaciones y préstamos sin interés. Ese es el momento cuando China entra, por ejemplo, en la OMC. Y un sexto momento, que podría ser de 2006 hasta hoy, donde hay esta nueva estrategia de cooperación, de competencia estratégica. Esto que es un resumen de, digamos, un libro fabuloso sobre la cooperación china que salió hace un par de años. Ahora, la gran pregunta es, ¿los BRICS representan los BRICS representan un nuevo esquema de cooperación sur-sur que podría crear un nuevo frente del sur, similar a un segundo Bandung para apoyar iniciativa independiente del sur global, fortalecido por los BRICS Plus? Esa es una pregunta que puede romper las lógicas en que estamos hoy discutiendo. Y el gobierno chino desarrolla una estrategia de promoción de foros regionales como punto de anclaje global. Y a través de estos foros, China intenta cambiar la percepción global a su favor e intentando equilibrar las relaciones internacionales que son tradicionalmente dominadas por Estados Unidos y promover el comercio, inversión en infraestructura y cooperación para el desarrollo en estos foros regionales, siguiendo un enfoque similar al de las comisiones económicas de la ONU que los estadounidenses promovieron en su momento después de la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Y esto lo decimos porque, como pueden ver también, no solo hay una emulación de China para hacer lo mismo que es Estados Unidos, sin embargo que esta emulación se ve en las relaciones regionales que China establece con las distintas regiones del mundo, como Estados Unidos lo hizo en la ONU con los foros regionales. Ahora, hay dos narrativas grandes acá. Es la narrativa misma de China, que rechaza el concepto de hegemonía para describir su papel internacional, es decir, no soy ahora el que habla, ahora es China. Cuando tú ves a China dice, yo rechazo el concepto de hegemonía, prefiriendo hablar de un desarrollo pacífico, un nuevo tipo de relaciones internacionales, basado en cooperación y respeto mutuo. Y luego está el mainstream. Yo cité a Michel Clark, donde dice que el comportamiento chino tiene una dimensión geoestratégica visto como un desafío a los Estados Unidos, un intento de establecer una nueva hegemonía mediante exportación del modelo de desarrollo chino. Esto es lo que el mainstream dice. Y constantemente, si ustedes descargan todos los artículos, ven a China cada vez más como una amenaza, pero no hay un gris entre estas dos visiones. Yo creo que hay que ir más allá de estas dos visiones. El papel del cientista social es reflexionar en torno a lo que está pasando verdaderamente con base a lo que he estado comentando. Y más que un desafío directo a la hegemonía, China parece emular esta estrategia de cooperación internacional y articula un subsistema interestatal alternativo, podría ser, que emergió después de la segunda posguerra, y sus estrategias son las que le comentaba yo cuando hablaba del concepto de emulación temprana. La Belt and Road Initiative, la Global Development Initiative, la Global Security Initiative, la Global Artificial Intelligence and Governance Initiative, todas ellas enmarcadas en este proyecto de comunidad de futuro compartido para la humanidad. Ahora vamos a ver, ¿China de qué es miembro? Porque China participa en los organismos, lo decía Florencia cuando hablaba de los organismos multilaterales. Aquí pueden ver todas las principales organizaciones multilaterales de las cuales China es miembro, que si es militar, si es político, si es económico. Aquí van a ver los países que son parte de la que firmaron con la Belt and Road Initiative. Pueden ver cuántos son, 44 en África, 35 en Europa, son muchísimos. Aquí pueden ver la distribución geográfica de los compromisos financieros, por ejemplo, de desarrollo de China en el extranjero. Aquí me parece importante decir que China ha desempeñado un papel importante como proveedor de préstamos e inversiones para proyectos de desarrollo en diferentes regiones del planeta, incluyendo a los países de América Latina y el Caribe, sobre todo a través del Banco de Desarrollo de China y el Banco Asiático de Inversión en Infraestructura, que han financiado proyectos de infraestructura, energía, transporte y comunicación en la región. De hecho, de la financiación de desarrollo de China a escala mundial, entre 2008 y 2021, que concentrada en los 10 principales países receptores que están ahí, equivale al 59% del total de los financiamientos chinos del mundo, es decir, unos 296.300 millones de dólares, donde un tercio está colocado, un 3% está colocado en América Latina. Rédito bajo, se cortó la diapositiva, dividimos los países son de renta alta, de renta baja o de renta media. Perdón, se cortó la diapositiva. Y ahora la cooperación de China en América Latina, que nos parece que es importante analizar. Como les decía, diálogo político, acuerdos comerciales, préstamos, donaciones e inversión en infraestructura, energía y salud. Identificamos estos aspectos. Se inserta dentro de esta nueva economía estructural que tiene dos puntos importantes. La importancia de las relaciones diplomáticas y el diálogo político para mejorar el ambiente para hacer negocios, infraestructura blanda, industrialización, desarrollo de capacidad productiva y de infraestructura de conectividad como puentes, puertos o vías de comunicación, infraestructura dura. Aquí vemos, ¿por qué dices, pero China no le interesa América Latina? Pero a ver, vemos como países latinoamericanos y caribeños que reconocían a China y Taiwán en la primera década del siglo XXI, vemos como toda ahora la mayoría reconocen a China. Dice, ¿por qué los países latinoamericanos paulatinamente fueron reconociendo a China y dejaron de reconocer a Taiwán? Un motivo político y económico ha de haber en todo ello. Aquí vemos los acuerdos de asociación estratégica de China con los países latinoamericanos y caribeños. Y llama la atención, se dan sobre todo a partir de, de la entrada de China en la OMC, y sobre todo con respecto a América Latina, con fuerza durante la primera ola de gobierno progresista en América Latina, es donde se empiezan a dar. Aquí vemos cómo se da el diálogo político de China con América Latina. Primer libro blanco, estrategia 1+3+6 de CELAC, China-CELAC, el plan de trabajo del foro China-CELAC, el segundo libro blanco, el plan de trabajo China-CELAC 2019-2021, el plan de trabajo China-CELAC 2022-2024 y la última reunión de Beijing que hubo apenas, estuvo nuestra amiga Francesca Castellano, sobre agricultura, en el cual se discutió la relación entre China y CELAC. Aquí vemos, por ejemplo, el comercio de América Latina y el Caribe y China, y podemos ver, esos son datos muy interesantes porque nos dicen, podemos ver cómo creció el comercio entre China y América Latina, ha experimentado un crecimiento exponencial, pasando de 14.000 millones de dólares en 2000 a cerca de 500.000 millones de dólares en 2022. Ha incrementado por 35 veces. Y las exportaciones de la región hacia China se multiplicaron por 49, mientras las exportaciones, nos dice la CEPAL, se multiplicaron por 30. En comparación, el comercio mundial total de bienes solo se multiplicó por 4 en ese mismo periodo. Pueden ver cómo hay una multiplicación de exportaciones e importaciones de China hacia América Latina y al revés, por 45, por 30, el comercio a nivel mundial se multiplicó por 4. Significa que ha sido una presencia cada vez más fuerte de China en la región. Aquí podemos ver, por ejemplo, cuáles son los principales socios comerciales de China en América Latina: Brasil, Chile, Perú, Uruguay, Argentina, Venezuela, Ecuador. Podemos ver los principales rubros de comercio para cada país y la relación comercial que tiene con cada país. Aquí, por ejemplo, China es actualmente el segundo socio comercial de la región, representa el 13% de sus exportaciones y el 22% de sus importaciones en 2022. Chile, Perú y Brasil son los países con mayor superávit comercial, mientras que aquellos que tienen déficit comercial con China son México, Colombia y Argentina, según datos de Yongdong y de 2023. Aquí vemos los préstamos de China a América Latina. Esto es muy interesante. China no solo es importante socio comercial, sino que también se ha convertido en un proveedor de financiamiento e inversiones. Pues para 2022 la inversión de China en la región ascendió a alrededor de 12.000 millones de dólares, que representa claramente solamente el 3% del total de la inversión directa extranjera a la región. La gran mayoría es de Estados Unidos. En esta tabla pueden ver, por ejemplo, el importe de los préstamos de China a América Latina, que a través del Banco de Desarrollo de China, del Banco de Exportación e Importación de China, son de 137.000 millones de dólares y a menudo sirven para financiar proyectos de energía. Venezuela es por mucho el mayor prestatario y estos préstamos se concentran en energía, infraestructura y minería. Una última tabla es el número de préstamos de China hacia América Latina entre 2005 y 2023, en el cual pueden observar cómo China redujo drásticamente en 2020 este tipo de financiamiento de la región para reajustar su esquema financiero hacia un cambio estratégico, actuando con más cautela a la hora de desembolsar los préstamos y apostando más a la adquisición de compañías locales que otorgan acceso directo al mercado latinoamericano y caribeño. Y en esta última tabla, ya voy concluyendo, flujo de inversión extranjera directa a América Latina por sector y destino, donde podemos ver, por ejemplo, que la diferencia que hay entre 2005 y 2009, en el cual la transición energética fueron actividades fósiles, aquí pueden ver por sector, por corte de periodo, y nos da idea de cómo China ha ido cambiando su estrategia también. ¿Cuáles son las críticas? Y aquí no me voy a detener para pasar a las conclusiones finales. Las grandes críticas que se han escuchado en las ciencias sociales, no en las relaciones internacionales solamente, es China es neoextractivista. Se pasó del consenso de las commodities al consenso de Washington. Que es Desvama Slipak 2015. Ellos critican muy fuerte el papel neoextractivista de China en la región. La dependencia del siglo XXI, el lado oscuro de la narrativa ganar-ganar, es una de las grandes críticas que hacen a China. Crítica al financiamiento chino, esta gran falacia de la trampa de la deuda que también ha sido desenmascarada, también por parte de muchos más autores. Y pasamos a las consideraciones finales. ¿Qué significa para América Latina? Esa es una pregunta que me hacía Florencia y que creo que es importante para pensar la presencia de China en América Latina. ¿Qué significa para América Latina si se pudiera dar este nuevo orden global? Es decir, ¿qué significa para América Latina el hecho de que China se transforme en una nueva potencia hegemónica? ¿Qué implicación podría tener? Florencia hablaba si se va. Yo diría al revés. ¿Qué implicaciones tiene si China en unos cuantos años efectivamente logra el cometido? Lo cierto es que en su dinámica geopolítica, China y América Latina ve a América Latina como una región estratégica que le brinda oportunidades para expandir exportaciones y fortalecer su presencia. Esa estrategia converge también con las necesidades latinoamericanas. Y es muy importante también para China pensar en América Latina. Pero voy a citar a un autor italiano que fue el profesor que trabajó con Giovanni Arrighi, el profesor Silvini, en el cual cita, digamos, que trabajó en el centro que fundó Giovanni Arrighi, perdón, que es el doctorado en sociología, donde estuvimos con Javier en julio, donde cuando habla de China, el profesor Silvini dice algo muy interesante. El profesor Silvini dice, en 2022, no existe un único capital del mercado mundial que lo incluye todo. China está al lado del sistema mundo contemporáneo y cuyo trayecto histórico entonces hay que por consiguiente dibujar como una línea que desde afuera converge hasta volverse tangente y penetrar conjuntamente las estructuras internacionales dominadas por Estados Unidos, pero no dejándose asimilar, sino insistiendo y desarrollando de forma dinámica y adaptativa su propia heterogeneidad. Y nos dice también, es esencial subrayar el hecho de que esta área de acumulación china, que ya Deng había empezado a abrir, esta área de acumulación de la economía mundo, es mantenida firmemente separada de esta. Es decir, hay un sistema mundo capitalista, un sistema social histórico, pero el modelo de acumulación china está paralelo a este sistema social histórico. Y eso le está permitiendo a China desarrollar esa estrategia que ellos no consideran hegemonía según su propio, digamos, lenguaje, pero le está permitiendo de manera importante, digamos, construir en nuestra visión, en nuestra manera de entender teórica y metodológicamente un sistema alternativo interestatal. Y América Latina, yo creo, y con esto concluyo, y están en las conclusiones, el debate, lo dice Florencia, sobre el ascenso de China parece entrar en una nueva etapa, al igual que la discusión sobre su poder blando, que lucha por crear una imagen de una superpotencia global benévola, y esto implica ir debatiendo cada vez más, no solo sobre las implicaciones de China en América Latina, sino sobre las relaciones que China va teniendo en cada parte y región del mundo. Y bueno, concluyo que el interés de China en la región latinoamericana y caribeña puede verse en un contexto más amplio como un esfuerzo por contrarrestar la histórica influencia europea y estadounidense en la región. Es decir, también un análisis podría ser en esta relación entre China y América Latina, que también la presencia de Estados Unidos y de Europa también puede crear una, yo no creo, pero bueno, hay algunos autores que también señalan esto. Les agradezco, perdón por la tardanza, me tardé media hora, pero bueno, creo que era importante poder dar un marco teórico, analizar la cooperación sur de China, entenderla y ver su relación con respecto a América Latina. Gracias.
Vou passar a palavra para a debatedora Mariana Burger, doutora em Relações Internacionais pela PUC Minas, como falei antes, máster em Relações Internacionais pela Universidade de Tsinghua, China, em Beijing, máster em Direito Internacional pela Universidade Federal de Minas Gerais, especialista em assuntos globais pela Universidade de Nova York, licenciada em Direito pela UFMG, atualmente coordena a nossa pós-graduação em China contemporânea, junto com Samuel, que está aqui, e eu, daqui da PUC Minas, especialização totalmente online, professora visitante da Fundação Dom Cabral, Esquema, y trabaja en las áreas específicamente con la China, Asia, Mar do Sul da China, arbitragem comercial, mediação e teoria do conflito. Mariana, passou a palavra.
Funcionando? Tá. Boa tarde a todos. Queria agradecer o convite. É uma alegria enorme estar aqui. Obrigada, Daniela, pelo convite. Léo, Javier. É muito bom estar em casa. Foi uma maravilha ouvir vocês. Um prazer enorme te conhecer, Florência. Adorei te ouvir. Giuseppe, meu amigo, de tanto tempo, finalmente nos encontramos. E é uma discussão muito relevante, é uma discussão que vem ocorrendo há bastante tempo, né? E os enfoques, eles são muito interessantes, né? A Florência, no começo da fala, colocou essa questão da crise como parte da natureza da ordem, né? E isso nos leva a pensar também em teorias de relações internacionais chinesas, principalmente considerando a teoria relacional, né? E, para além da teoria relacional, o conceito chinês de harmonia, porque dentro do conceito chinês de harmonia, o caos está ali, né? São os estados, os atores internacionais se relacionando e transformando a ordem de uma maneira geral, né? E na fala do Giuseppe também, né, dessa construção, dessa reorganização, da formação de um novo sistema de governança global, includente, né, que é onde a gente coloca a cooperação Sul-Sul e América Latina, e aí dentro de uma perspectiva de TNCA, talvez, né, dentro dessa questão desses novos mecanismos, da Belt and Road e todas essas iniciativas onde a China se envolve. Então, foi maravilhoso ouvir vocês e aprendi muito. Tenho certeza que todos aqui têm, ou a grande parte tem perguntas para fazer. Eu não sei se a gente tem perguntas do pessoal que está nos assistindo.
Não, por enquanto não.
Não?
O presidente da mesa tem perguntas também. Né?
Vai furar a fila, assim.
Mas aí vamos abrir para...
Vamos abrir para...
Vamos abrir para...
Vamos. Furando a fila, assim, rápido, deixa o pessoal falar. Quem é que tem pergunta? Daniela?
Pergunta tem uma provocação aí.
Provocações são ótimas. Né?
Então tá, estou autorizado.
Está autorizado, está autorizado.
Obrigada. Bem, meu nome é Daniela Cespedes, da PUC Minas. Muito bom, muito bueno oírles. Y bueno, voy a intentarlo en español. Javi me ayuda si me sale mal. Me trae mucha curiosidad pensar en el rol que Rusia tiene hoy en Latinoamérica. Se puede notar que cada día más en sus documentos se habla de Latinoamérica como un extranjero lejano, muy importante, muy central en su política. Y los datos también enseñan una creciente relevancia de Latinoamérica para Rusia y de Rusia para Latinoamérica. Quizá más esa última dirección. Por ejemplo, en comercio, Rusia hoy tiene una relación muy importante con Brasil en fertilizantes. Javi, ayúdame, probablemente fertilizantes, no lo mismo. Y en diésel también. Así que me pregunto cómo eso se ecuaciona con la presencia de China aquí, que ya está más bien establecida, aunque tampoco sea tan central como Florencia nos ha dicho, ¿no? La presencia el rol que Latinoamérica tiene para China no es central cuando comparado con otras partes del mundo. Pero me imagino que es una ecuación compleja, porque China es muy central para Rusia, luego Rusia aquí también, y Estados Unidos, y quería oírles un poco sobre eso, sobre cómo pensáis esa ecuación hoy. Gracias.
De repente, a gente faz bloco de perguntas aqui. Temos mais uma.
Obrigado. I'll ask my question in English because that's more convenient. I understood Florencia's talk and I really liked it. And I have a question on on the notion of, is China reconfiguring the international order? And what is your sort of view when there is a clash in the reconfiguration of international order by the United States on the one hand and by the Chinese on the other? Do you see potential clashes in the way how the world should be organized and reorganized, and the role of, and the distinction you made between Latin America on the one hand and South America on the other? Is that a common perception among the Chinese practitioners as well? Is that how the Chinese practitioners also see the distinction that you made?
Mais professor Marcos.
Perdão, Marcos. Não, Marcos em prioridade. Idade.
Olá, boa tarde, parabéns à mesa. Eu sou Marcos Cordeiro, da Unesp. A gente que estuda, nós que estudamos o tema, nós nos quedamos acá, não vou falar, uma questão que as duas ponencias fueron muy buenas. Entonces, me gustaría de llamar la atención primero a la profesora Florencia, después a Giuseppe. Una cuestión muy importante. Tú planteas que la competencia que no hay una competencia entre Estados Unidos y China en Latinoamérica, porque hay una complementariedad económica muy fuerte entre estos dos grandes actores acá en nuestra región. Por ejemplo, esta es una cuestión. Pero me gustaría de comprender, por ejemplo, cómo que se mira las cuestiones securitarias. Porque en cuanto se hablaba de esta tesis, por ejemplo, Thomas Chennault, que estuvo Thomas Chennault, Roberta Jacobson y Arturo Valenzuela. Los tres estuvieron con los chinos hablando sobre la presencia de los chinos en Latinoamérica. Y hasta 2013 no se venía, por ejemplo, esta cuestión o una preocupación a más por la presencia de China acá. Pero esto ha cambiado mucho, ¿no? Por ejemplo, la ley del Congreso que crea sanciones a los países que dejaron de reconocer Taiwán y adherir a Pekín. Por ejemplo, hubo una presión muy fuerte en Paraguay en las últimas elecciones cuando se planteaba, ¿no?, cortar lazos con Taipei y se extender a Pekín. O la cuestión de, en este sentido, por ejemplo, las presiones en Honduras, que Honduras recién hizo la transferencia de relaciones. Otra cuestión muy importante es las percepciones acerca de la amenaza militar de China acá. Nosotros tenemos la preocupación, por ejemplo, con el puerto de Shanghái en Perú. Es un puerto de aguas profundas que podría ser utilizado, por ejemplo, por portaaviones. Cuando Laura Richardson estuve en Argentina, ¿no?, incluso el embajador Stanley, ¿no?, hablaban, por ejemplo, del riesgo de inversiones en chinas en Ushuaia. O mesmo la cuestión era acerca del Observatorio Espacial de Neuquén. O sea, ¿no?, se plantea muchísimas cosas, ¿no?, en los últimos años en que la competencia o la presencia china deja de ser algo como positivo y pasa a ser algo como un demonio acá, ¿no? Hay mucha cosa, por ejemplo, que se puede mirar en la revista Diálogos América del Comando Sur. Una otra cuestión que va para Giuseppe, la cuestión del comercio y de China en tesis hacer un bypass en las sanciones por la producción en México. Profesora Florencia también habló de esto. Ahora hay una cuestión muy sencilla, ¿no?, porque todo lo que puede ser commodity en términos de componentes industriales, módulos, que sea, pero no se aparenta ninguna restricción. Lo mismo cuando los chinos lo hacen con Vietnam, por ejemplo. Pero hay una cuestión sencilla, la cuestión de los coches eléctricos. Esa es una cuestión muy sencilla, por ejemplo, que yo estuve acompañando desde cerca los debates acerca del TC, Trade and Technology Council de Unión Europea y Estados Unidos. Y Gina Raimondo habló muy claro que los coches chinos son una amenaza a la seguridad nacional de Estados Unidos, porque captan o colectan muchísimas informaciones. Ahí la pregunta es, ¿México pertenece a la primera línea de defensa de Estados Unidos? ¿Tú piensas que la cuestión de los coches eléctricos chinos en México van a avanzar o piensa que no? Muchísimas gracias, perdona por mal castellano.
Bueno. Gracias por las preguntas. Voy a responder. Daniela, no soy especialista en estudios de Rusia, así que mi respuesta va a ser tentativa. Pero por lo que vemos de la presencia de Rusia en América Latina o en América del Sur, Rusia tiene una relación, como dijiste, quizás la principal con Brasil. Un punto, una coyuntura que fue muy importante en ese vínculo fue la guerra en Ucrania, no tanto por las presiones occidentales, por la toma de posición respecto de las sanciones, que fue uno de los puntos de quiebre, probablemente ahí que puso en evidencia que existe una relación América del Sur-Rusia. Creo que puso en evidencia eso porque uno de los desmotivantes, no digo que fuera el único, creo que existen los principios de las relaciones internacionales, creo que existen menos que los intereses. Pero uno de los desmotivantes fue justamente la relación y la dependencia, la necesidad de Brasil y de otros países sudamericanos respecto de los fertilizantes rusos y que eran muy irreemplazables en ese momento para nuestras economías, donde estamos en una situación también de vulnerabilidad en ese sentido. Entonces creo que eso muestra un poco una beta de la presencia rusa y la importancia que puede tener para América del Sur. Creo que también, y esto es muy tentativo, digamos, de alguna forma como intuitivo, la presencia rusa en Sudamérica, más allá de que lo esté mirando más, sigue siendo selectiva. Mientras que China tiene una mirada más, y ahora lo voy a vincular con la pregunta de Sashi, tiene una mirada más holística de la región. No sé si Rusia tiene una aproximación tan clara a la región, intuitivamente creo que es selectiva por los números. Voy a ir con Sashi. Thank you for your questions. Regarding the first one, if I understood it well, was what is, in my view, or what are the possibilities or the characteristics of the possible clashes between the possible orders, new order, right? Well, I've been asked a similar question in a conference 2 weeks ago, and I had to answer that it would be really, today, really aspirational. I would be really pretentious if I could identify those characteristics of something I don't know how it's going to be like. It is a new order, after all, if there were one coming. I would probably say one possible clash would be the idea of a Westphalian order, which is kind of closer to the Chinese international relations point of view, and the liberal order that the United States has tried to export, not to implement to itself, right? But it's tried to export. I think there would be a clash there because there are different principles besides them. But in terms of maybe mechanisms or interest, taking aside some kind of like conditions, like for example, it was mentioned here that the financing or credits have less conditions than the Western ones. I wouldn't say they don't have any conditions, because they do have conditions. Of course, no one wants to like give money away. So they do have conditions, Chinese credits and financing, but they have other ones. There would be differences in there, but I would say the most fundamental clash would be here in this interpretation of the international relations in terms of liberalism and a Westphalian point of order, a Westphalian order, which clashes with the idea of liberalism. Again, intuitive. Regarding the difference between South America and Latin America, no. From what I've spoken with Chinese practitioners, even academicians, they don't make this difference I just made here, that it is fundamental when we see it from our region, which doesn't mean they see it the same way. And imagine like the most important forum for Latin America is China CELAC. CELAC includes all Latin America. There is nothing like South America, but there are relations with Southeast Asia as a different grouping. I would keep that in mind, but I don't, actually there is evidence that from the Chinese point of view, Latin America is a whole unique region. And I have another one, Marcos. I'll go back to Spanish. Buen punto. Y vuelvo a la idea del suborden, ¿no? En lo económico, financiero, sostengo que hay complementariedad, de hecho. En seguridad, lo que planteas, creo que más que una competencia, pero para mí competencia implica dos voluntades de competir. No veo la voluntad china de competir en términos de seguridad. Sí veo la narrativa norteamericana y algunas acciones puntuales norteamericanas, más que nada ancladas en discursos retaliativos o contestatarios, como el texto, la revista que mencionaste, y numerosos discursos, visitas de alto nivel a Tierra del Fuego, en el caso de Tierra del Fuego, que hubo una intención de establecer un puerto. Sin embargo, no se observaron sanciones concretas en este sentido. Creo que sí, Estados Unidos está trazando un límite, nuevamente, por ahora, narrativo, en términos de seguridad. China no está desafiando ese límite. Por ejemplo, voy a dar un caso puntual de Argentina que mencionaste, que es la estación para la observación del espacio profundo que está en Neuquén, que fue construida por China, es un espacio de observación científico-tecnológica para misiones en el espacio exterior, que fue utilizado, de hecho, por China. Es un espacio que es de China, es territorio de alguna forma manejado por China. No obstante, con las múltiples críticas que hubo, sobre todo norteamericanas y luego también de la Unión Europea, hubo alguna declaración respecto de la posibilidad de que sea utilizado con fines militares, China abrió un programa este año para la visita de científicos argentinos libre. Yo fui invitada a ir para conocer las instalaciones. Esto puede ser interpretado como una forma también de China de aminorar, de mitigar la percepción de amenaza, de mejorar su imagen, tanto a nivel de los países receptores en América del Sur, pero también a otros ojos externos, a otras miradas. Es un mensaje más allá de América del Sur. Entonces, aunque creo que sí hay una búsqueda de una construcción de esa competencia estratégica de seguridad, de que China está avanzando irremediablemente en América del Sur, estableciendo puertos que pueden ser bases militares, estaciones que pueden ser utilizadas con fines militares, en los hechos no hay aún realmente una evidencia que diga, sí, hay una competencia de ambos lados en ese sentido. O yo soy muy idealista, no sé.
Rápido, en cuanto al tema de Marcos, efectivamente el tema de los coches eléctricos es un tema fundamental, no solo entre China y México, sino también con Europa. Sí, claro, recuerdo que estuvimos en Calabria, había un profesor de Italia de la Universidad de Bérgamo nos decía como Stellantis, por ejemplo, desvió la posibilidad de no importar y entonces China está construyendo ya directamente en Europa para evitar que, digamos, haya un impuesto. México, a partir del 1 de octubre, efectivamente, subió el precio de los autos eléctricos. Hay más de 40 compañías chinas que venden autos eléctricos en México y tiene un precio promedio de $20,000 un coche eléctrico chino. Es muy barato. Y a partir del 1 de octubre va a subir porque hubo una presión muy fuerte desde marzo de este año por parte de Estados Unidos dentro del TEMEC. Sin embargo, yo creo que aunque suba el precio, van a estar siendo competitivos. No van a estar como los híbridos, no sé, Ford en México o de otra marca que son muy caros. Yo les puedo decir que en México los últimos 2 años, supongo que en toda la región latinoamericana, los coches han aumentado en una manera vertiginosa y los coches chinos se introdujeron en el mercado con un precio bastante competitivo. Entonces, esta es la gran incógnita y con lo que se refiere a México, creo que sí, vamos a tener que respetar lo que el Tratado de Libre Comercio que se tiene con el TEMEC. Sin embargo, no le van a decir no a la inversión china. Yo creo que ahí, y les puedo decir también que ha habido presencia de exponentes de Morena desde cuando llegó en 2018 López Obrador a Beijing con el Partido Comunista. Mi colega, que era parte del CEN Nacional de Morena, fue en visita oficial a Beijing. Carlos Figueroa estuvo ahí, con una delegación mexicana. Entonces, va a haber relaciones, claro, que el tema de los autos eléctricos es general, no es solamente sobre México, creo que es mundial y lo estamos viendo en Europa, por ejemplo, como bien decía Javier en el caso de Hungría. Y en el tema de Rusia, Rusia es había un académico argentino que decía, no se puede entender la relación de Rusia con distintas partes del mundo si no se entiende la relación que tiene el eje ruso-chino. Y sobre todo lo decía con respecto a los recursos naturales. Entonces, yo creo que es una relación que Rusia quiere, sobre todo a partir de lo que hoy pasó, de la reunión entre Putin y el presidente de Irán. Es decir, para construir un orden alternativo. Y sí, es simbólico. Y Putin se ha acercado mucho a Cuba, a Venezuela. Me parece, no sé si que hubo 500 soldados rusos, si no mal me equivoco, en Venezuela que desembarcaron apenas hace como un par de semanas. 500 no es poco, 500 soldados rusos en suelo venezolano, justamente en el periodo de mayor tensión postelectoral con Maduro. Yo creo que Rusia paulatinamente va a tener que exportar su política exterior, digamos, también con mayor fuerza hacia China. Creo que su ministro de Relaciones Exteriores es brillante. Creo que no hay otro país que tenga, como bien dice Javier, un ministro de Relaciones Exteriores como Lavrov. Eso yo podría comentar sobre las dos preguntas. Gracias.
Temos Javi, temos mais uma pessoa lá no fundo. Tá.
E depois, acho que depois temos que fechar.
Sim,
porque,
sim,
né,
vai lá.
Aí, não tem jeito. Não, são duas questões, e a primeira é uma grande provocação em relação à ordem internacional, né? Se fala de ordem internacional, ordem liberal, ordem internacional. E o que significa isso? Eu acho que esse evento está sendo muito rico para ajudar a pensar e, em retrospectiva, como foi se configurando essa ordem. Porque intuitivamente falamos que Nações Unidas, a Organização das Nações Unidas e a Declaração Universal de Direitos Humanos formam parte da ordem liberal. E eu me atrevo a falar que não. As Nações Unidas não é parte da ordem liberal, nunca foi parte de uma ordem liberal. Nunca. Diferentemente de Bretton Woods. A Declaração Universal de Direitos Humanos sofreu muitas críticas, fundamentalmente pelos liberais. Desde Hayek a outros liberais, falavam que tinha influência bolchevique, porque Nações Unidas foi criada a partir da hegemonia dos Estados Unidos e da União Soviética, com presença, sim, de países importantes da Europa, mas todo o espectro soviético estava contemplado. Depois de mais de 20 anos de professor de Economia Política Internacional, trabalhou a ordem, teoria de estabilidade hegemônica, etc., etc., que também aborda a ordem internacional liberal a partir da economia, cujo fundamento está baseado em Bretton Woods, nas instituições do Fundo Monetário Internacional, sim, que era uma ordem liberal, né, na qual deu um quarto do mundo. Um quarto. De fato, o pós-guerra é o mundo, e inclusive eu desenvolvo isso aqui, o pós-guerra é o mundo dos três mundos, o mundo da União Soviética, que depois de 47, 48, ele se cinde, né, se divide na clivagem, proposto um novo sistema, a ordem liberal, como globalização incompleta, e o terceiro mundo, um limbo de descolonizados, que vai depois ser seduzido por esses dois sistemas. Eu não vou contar a história dele, mas suscita todo o debate que nós estamos tendo aqui de ordem. Nações Unidas não é produto de uma ordem liberal. Ele está incluído. O que há sim uma colonização, fundamentalmente depois da destruição de qualquer tentativa de ordem do terceiro mundo, né? Não alinhados, nova ordem econômica internacional da década de 70, é destruído com a crise da dívida externa, e o fim da Guerra Fria é a expansão da ordem liberal para o mundo e a tentativa de colonizar a partir desse rule-based liberal order, que hoje não significa praticamente nada, porque significa praticamente o poder dos Estados Unidos, do mundo todo, o momento unipolar. Inclusive tentando colonizar a ideia de direitos humanos a partir de Carter. Uma ideia restrita de direitos humanos, não integral e holística, como foi pensada em 47 e 48, né? Então, o que vocês estão colocando aqui, a China, que foi sensacional essa mesa, não? Está quebrando ordem, está desafiando a ordem, ou se acomodando a essa ordem. De fato, China e Rússia pegando carona, sobretudo depois do conflito da Ucrânia de 2014, eles estão reivindicando Nações Unidas, a pré-ordem liberal. A origem do pós-guerra é um rearranjo mais equilibrado em relação à relação de poder que tem agora. Porque Lavrov é tão inteligente que depois do episódio de 2022 na Ucrânia, invasão para alguns, operação militar para outros, ok? Não vou entrar no... o importante é, nesse caso, que Lavrov fala, Nações Unidas fala de autodeterminação dos povos, e depois fala, artigo 2, podem conferir, e depois fala de integridade territorial. Qual tem primazia por outro? Os juristas aqui, tem vários. Qual tem primazia? Porque está primeiro, né? Geralmente. Mas aparece primeiro a autodeterminação dos povos. Eu não sou advogado, menos ainda, de Lavrov. Estou questionando a questão de ordem. Ordem liberal. que muitos falam, essa reglobalização completa era um embedded liberalismo, alguns falam que valia só para alguns, como fala Ruggie. Mas a ordem liberal, ela se materializa, se expande e tem verdadeira influência, desde o meu ponto de vista, a partir da globalização neoliberal mesmo, que hoje está sendo colocada em questão. Essa é a minha primeira colocação em relação a isso. E o que eu queria perguntar para os dois, depois dessa licença que me faço, porque faltou a Karim, essa desculpa, estamos frente a uma crise. Eu concordo com a Florência, sempre vivemos em crise. Crise, o capitalismo é crise também, né? Crise 2008, crise de 1970, fim do padrão monetário e o poderio do dólar, crise dos 80 do petróleo, sempre crise, né? Então, mas o importante é saber, e eu quero que vocês, não sei, é uma crise orgânica ou uma crise conjuntural? Porque se é orgânica, é algo mais se aproxima do que o Giuseppe colocou. Se é uma crise conjuntural, é mais ou mesmo. A gente se reacomoda ou Estados Unidos volta a uma retomada da hegemonia que eu acho que é muito diferente a 1980, né? 84, mais ou menos. Basicamente é isso, né? Que tipo de crise ou transição? É a grande pergunta. Obrigado e desculpa pela licença, mas eu sou o presidente.
O chefe quem manda. Quem é?
Oi, estão me escutando? Boa tarde, gente. Meu nome é complicado, então pode ser só Thay. E eu vou pedir o Javier aí, se ele quiser traduzir depois para eles em espanhol aí. Na verdade, são duas perguntas também. Primeira pergunta, só para contextualizar. Quando a gente pega ali a América Latina no século XX, a gente teve muita influência americana, principalmente na ditadura do Pinochet, na era Vargas, a gente teve muita influência americana. E quando a gente pega ali a década de 90, vem o crescimento chinês, principalmente nas exportações e aqui na América Latina. Na perspectiva suas, os Estados Unidos têm perdido essa influência de contenção na América Latina, no sentido Estados Unidos contra a China? E a segunda pergunta, tem um general russo que ele fala muito sobre guerra híbrida, que é o Gerasimov. E nesse novo termo, não é só a guerra material, não é só a guerra coercitiva, mas é o papel da propaganda envolvida, de uma estratégia que perpassa a questão militar. Essa formação do BRICS Plus, para vocês, ela seria uma forma de fazer guerra híbrida?
Guerra híbrida, fazer guerra, sim, é uma forma de fazer guerra híbrida. Beleza?
Bueno, voy a responder primero las preguntas de él y después la tuya. Javier. Sí, a ver, voy a responder sobre todo la primera, la de BRICS, se la dejo a Giovanni, a Giuseppe. La primera, sobre todo porque venimos estudiando la política exterior norteamericana en toda la región de América Latina. Voy a volver a exceptuar a México, en realidad, porque realmente es un caso muy excepcional. Pero en el resto, todo lo que se observa en el 2021, en el siglo XXI, particularmente post-2001, es esta, y post, quizás también lo podríamos decir en la previa, post-1989, es una paulatina pérdida de importancia en la agenda externa de prioridades norteamericanas de América del Sur y Central. Lentamente, no quiere decir que no tenga ningún tipo de importancia, pero nosotros analizamos las agendas internacionales, sobre todo la agenda norteamericana, en términos relativos, ¿verdad? Y en función de eso se designan recursos, por ejemplo. Se establecen cronogramas, se realizan visitas, se establecen políticas. Si miras en los últimos 20 años la política norteamericana hacia América del Sur, no hay una política regional que haya sido implementada por Estados Unidos. No hay una. Hoy no hay ninguna plataforma electoral hoy que esté planteando una mirada regional sobre América Latina. Los últimos discursos que se han dado a los funcionarios, América Latina es menos mencionada, por supuesto, que Ucrania en un discurso. Entonces, ni hablar que Europa Occidental. Entonces, sobre tu pregunta si hay una pérdida de influencia norteamericana en América Latina que permita o que contenga a China, yo creo que no hay intención clara, definida, contundente, de contener a China. Ese concepto creo que no aplica. Sí creo que hay una pérdida de influencia, un alejamiento de Estados Unidos. También hubo un alejamiento de los gobiernos latinoamericanos, ¿no? Sudamericanos respecto de la política norteamericana. Más al sur vas, menos acercados están. Está bien, tenemos el caso de Chile, que tiene una política muy cercana a Estados Unidos, pero tiene la política más cercana de América del cono sur hacia China también. Digamos, Chile es un caso de este tipo. ¿Y por qué Chile tiene ese tipo de relación con China y no hay ningún tipo de respuesta norteamericana? Creo que sí hay esa pérdida de influencia, creo que es adrede, creo que no es sin querer, digamos, se han privilegiado también otros espacios geográficos. Creo que China aprovecha, puede tomar ese espacio para avanzar también, para avanzar no competitivamente, lo estoy diciendo, ¿no? Sino complementariamente. Esto me ata un poco a lo que me preguntas vos, Javier. Creo que el orden liberal internacional vive en crisis, ha vivido en crisis. Hay muchos autores que plantean esto. Creo que no es hoy. Hoy hay, uno podría pensar, una mayor debilidad de la preeminencia norteamericana en ese orden, por elección en gran parte. Han elegido alejarse del propio orden que ellos quisieron establecer y alejarse de la gobernanza ambiental, alejarse de la gobernanza nuclear, alejarse de numerosos acuerdos económicos regionales globales, alejarse de la OMC. Han elegido eso, claramente poniendo en crisis en parte la estabilidad de esos espacios. ¿Cuál ha sido la contribución de China ahí? Creo que ha tenido ahí una contribución China. En mantener, en embanderar algunos de esos, incluso principios, no solo intereses. Creo que hay ciertos principios que China ha embanderado. No creo que la vaya a reemplazar, no creo que vaya a haber ahí un orden alternativo donde se reemplace. Tampoco creo que Estados Unidos vaya a querer recuperar ese lugar de responsabilidad.
Andrei?
Si encima gana Trump, va a ser más responsable todavía su rol global, multilateral, lo cual en cierto sentido puede ser peligroso, en cierto sentido también.
No, it's very low.
Que China pueda tener un rol protagónico en ese orden.
Is it better now?
Yes.
China necesita crear otro orden.
Hello.
Esa es mi...
How do I upload the slides?
So there's a share button on the upright of the screen, and then you can you need to open the presentation first on your computer, and then you can share just the window where the presentation is.
It doesn't take me to my presentation, it takes me to some other presentations.
So I'm going to share my screen to show you how it shows for me.
Y quiere poner hasta aranceles a México. Entonces, 100%.
I cannot do it because it's going to be
de México hasta Argentina.
So maybe you should
okay, it's because there's a button that you can see that it's the whole screen or a window or just a tab.
demócrata. Este es un punto
Does
de
it
vista
show
mío
it for
que he estado
you?
trabajando, he estado pensando desde hace mucho tiempo.
Is this the share?
Creo que no hay que
Yeah,
separar,
okay,
creo que no se puede
screen
generalizar
window
la
or tab.
política de Estados Unidos hacia América Latina. Es
If
una.
I
Yes,
click on
Y lo ves
it
con
takes
Trump.
and then
Obama fue el presidente que más
yes,
deportados
you share
hizo
the window
durante
or the
su
tab
gobierno. Y
where
es un
the
demócrata.
presentation is.
Los
okay, there
intentos de
must
golpe de
be
estados en América
window
Latina fueron
for
promocionados
Chrome
todo
tab.
por la CIA y
No
los Estados
window.
Unidos.
Still
Richardson
doesn't
ha
take me
sido
to my
clave en todo
presentation.
ello. Y América Latina, la única
Oh, if
forma que
you
ha tenido de
cannot
defenderse
do it,
ha
we
sido
can share the
las
presentation from
constituciones
here, and then we
embrionales
can
de
pass the
espacios
slides for you.
regionales, como la
Right,
UNASUR,
I
que en
did
su
send
momento
it to
pudo intervenir en los
you
golpes de
a
Estado en
couple of
Ecuador,
days
en
ago.
Bolivia.
Oh wait,
Yes,
I think
we
Vimos
received.
cómo en el segundo golpe de
can see
Estado
it
en
now.
Bolivia no pudo intervenir nadie
Thank you.
porque estaba América
Are you
Latina
able
completamente desarticulada.
to see any?
Yes,
La
yes, we're
Fundación
seeing
Jimmy
it.
Carter es otra y la
I'm
OEA
not able to
es
see
otra
my own
de las
presentation. You are
organizaciones
able, but I'm not.
multilaterales,
How
una
is
y
that
otra
possible?
fundación
I only see
que,
myself and
perdón, la OEA, Organización Multilateral, la Fundación Jimmy Carter,
I
que tiene
don't
una
know we are
intervención
seeing the
tremenda en
presentation,
América
but
Latina,
let me check if
poniéndose
there's something.
casi como los paladines de la
Hi,
democracia de
everyone.
Estados Unidos. Solamente el
Hi.
23%
Hello,
de su
Guilherme.
población
Hello,
tiene
it's very nice
confianza
to see
en
you
su gobierno.
again.
Cuando
This
estadounidense
Hello,
is
es
Andre.
más una plutocracia,
the,
donde
the,
entre
the,
Nice to meet
2002 y
you.
2014
hello, nice
se
to
ha
meet you.
permitido que todo el dinero pueda
Even in the
entrar a las
virtual
campañas
format, still
electorales.
very
La
nice.
democracia es para ricos.
The
O
problem,
sea, se atreven
the problem
a
is
decir
that
ayer que Claudia
I don't
Sheinbaum
see my own
es
presentation.
un
You say that
exponente
you're
de la
able to see
autocracia.
this.
Por
This is the
favor.
first time, guys, by the
Eso
way,
se
that I'm
llama
using this program.
Yeah,
intervencionismo.
we can
Y nunca
see
lo
it.
han dejado de hacer.
I think that
Y lo van a
the
seguir haciendo porque ellos se creen los dueños del mundo.
is it
Ese es
okay
mi
if I
punto de
try
vista
to
y lo
share
observo en México,
my
como
own
además
just to make sure
tienen
that
la gran capacidad
Sure,
a través de
sure.
let's see
empresarios
if
y
it
diplomáticos
works.
de interferir en decisiones soberanas.
Just one
Sobre nuestra
second.
reforma al Poder Judicial intervino el embajador de Estados Unidos presionado, Kem Salazar, presionado por empresarios.
Okay, so I think the one thing we have to do is to
senadores y diputados.
put it in
Los mandamos a la
presentation
fregada.
mode.
México es nuestro y somos un pueblo con soberanía.
Presentation mode.
Nosotros decidimos
Where
lo
is
que
it, Guillermo?
hacemos. Eso es un punto. Lo
So
otro,
if you click on
China
I'm gonna
en
show
todo
it.
ello, ¿qué
I'm
tiene
gonna
que
show
ver?
it
Bueno,
to
China
you in my own
claramente
computer.
cuando
Just a second.
a tu patio trasero tiene cada vez
Well,
más relaciones comerciales, financieras.
Okay.
Los institutos Confucios en términos cultural han crecido muchísimos en América
Looks
Latina a lo largo de
beautifully
los
to
últimos
me.
20 años. Me recuerdo con Pablo
Okay,
Antonio,
so you can see
en
here.
Cepal, el director de los institutos Confucios nos decía cómo
So this is it.
la presencia cultural
If
china
you
había crecido de
go
manera
to the bottom
exorbitante en
of
10
your
años. A lo mejor es
PowerPoint
poco,
app,
pero sí es grande la
there
presencia
might be
cultural que ha
like
habido. ¿Cuánta gente
a
hoy, por ejemplo,
presentation icon.
va a clase de chino?
Let me
So you
see.
click on.
Hace 10 años que quien iba
Let
a
me
clase de chino.
share.
Le
Let
puedo
me
decir
share
acá
the
solamente
the
por,
right window.
no es un método estadístico probabilístico.
Yeah, here it
Is
is.
Digamos,
Is it
levanten la
better
mano quien
now?
está estudiando China. No tengo la menor duda que por lo menos 3 o 4 personas están estudiando chino en este momento. Entonces, ¿esto qué significa? Significa, profesor Leonardo, sí digo, ¿qué significa todo ello? Ello es indicio de que hay un intento de construcción de un consenso. Yo en estos días me han hecho reflexionar mucho y agradezco mucho su presencia, la invitación acá, sobre en esta construcción de un sistema interestatal, estoy pensando en altavoz. Yo creo en esta construcción, en esta transición hegemónica que estoy convencido que está en acto y me convence este apartado metodológico y teórico del análisis del sistema mundo. Creo que el sistema multicéntrico que estamos viendo no significa que habría solamente un líder que China, sino que puede haber distintos líderes en el mismo polo. Es decir, los BRICS, Brasil, India, Rusia, son líderes en sus espacios. Eso no significa que la nueva hegemonía no tendría solamente una cabeza, sino podría haber múltiples cabezas en que negociarían entre ellos frente a otro sistema que no va a desaparecer, ahí va a estar. Pero ahí va a estar la competencia entre ambos sistemas y a ver qué sucede. Y con esto concluyo con respecto a la pregunta tuya, que es muy importante. Dice Todd en el libro El fracaso de Occidente, que la cultura occidental vive un nihilismo en el cual refleja el resquebrajamiento de todos sus valores liberales. Y yo diría también que el más gran riesgo que corre la humanidad y que no nos damos cuenta estudiando relaciones internacionales a través de la macrohistoria, que estamos a un punto de la desaparición a través del uso de arma nuclear. La guerra se ha vuelto cada vez más el instrumento para matar. Y hoy me hablan del derecho internacional. Yo me pregunto, todos tenemos que hacer los análisis a partir del derecho internacional. ¿Qué derecho internacional público, qué derecho humano se está respetando en la masacre de 15.000 niños en Gaza? ¿Qué derecho internacional se está respetando en donde un país genocida, que es Israel, acaba de entrar el Líbano y mata a escuela, niños, y luego vuelven a la opinión pública que hay unos buenos y unos malos? Y no es así. Entonces, yo me pregunto, estos principios liberales, ¿qué están reflejando cuando se matan en 7 meses a 15.000 niños, donde le ponen la comida, bombas a los niños para que exploten? Esto ya rebasó cualquier límites de la decencia, cualquier límite de la dignidad humana. Y creo que el sistema multipolar, desafortunadamente, que se está creando, vive un caos sistémico en el que la guerra, y lo ha sido siempre a lo largo de los últimos 5 siglos, es recurrente y por lo menos ha durado más de 30 años, que es el caos sistémico en el cual quien pierde es la humanidad. Porque los aconsejo, yo me gusta estudiar los fenómenos sociales desde un punto de vista macro, pero también hay que ir a lo micro. ¿Qué sucede con la gente? ¿Qué sucede con la población? Porque a veces hablamos de actores como si estuviéramos jugando al ajedrez, pero en todo esto los que sufren en todo son las personas comunes y corrientes. Les agradezco mucho las preguntas, la verdad me han hecho reflexionar un montón. Yo tengo encargo de funcionario en la universidad, le decía a Javier, poder estar acá es de una belleza enorme, poder reflexionar sobre estos temas con Florencia, con Javier, con Mariana, Leonardo, Eduardo, con Daniela, con todos, porque de verdad son los espacios en el cual podemos pensar y reflexionar de la mejor manera. Gracias, querido Javier, y espero que eso lo podamos volver a repetir en México, en Italia o aquí otra vez.
Obrigada a todos. Obrigada, Giuseppe, pela sua última colocação, inclusive, Palestina livre, do rio ao mar. Agradeço a presença de todos, todas as perguntas. Infelizmente, temos que encerrar o painel agora, porque teríamos mais um, que começará imediatamente. Obrigada, Florência.
5 minutos de pausa.
5 minutos de pausa. Obrigada, Florência, Javier, Giuseppe, obrigada a todos.
Pessoal, boa tarde. Nós temos mais um encontro agora às 4 horas, né? Encerrando o nosso 5º seminário do Grupo de Pesquisa sobre Potências Médias. Para que a gente tenha um intervalo, nós retornamos às 4h15, tá bom? Começando com os palestrantes, a mesa sobre Rússia. Então, bom respirar a todos, já já a gente volta.
And how's everything at San Francisco State? You know, one of my dreams is to go teach in the US.
Well, if you ever in San Francisco, let me know. I'll certainly be happy to show you campus and around. We are in crisis, Jeremy. We are not doing so well financially. We are been getting cuts from the state. We are also not getting the same enrollment. So we are likely to get even more cuts going forward. But so far, we have survived, and hopefully we will continue to survive.
o resto dos palestrantes. Tomamos proveito aí dessa nova realidade do virtual para conseguir trazer aqui colegas muito estimados, né, que vão conversar conosco sobre o tema hoje. E aí, considerando a presença do professor Andrei Tsigankov, nós vamos conduzir a mesa em inglês, ok? So I'll talk in English from now on. Well, I'd like to thank T20. As you all know, our event is inside the official program of T20 as a side event. So I'd like to, again, thank FUNAG, SEBRI, and IPEA for the support, our dear institution, PUC Minas, that always receives with open arms our craziest ideas in the department. So thank you very much. I would also like to thank Professors Javier and Leonardo for their support to these crazy ideas, and they have been very dear companions in this journey to organize this seminar. And also I'd like to thank the presence of colleagues from Belo, Marinana here, and other professors that were present, and from outside Belo as well, Professor Sashi, Professor Giuseppe, Professor Florencia. It's a real pleasure to have you here. And of course, in our last panel, I could not forget to give my deepest gratitude to the organizing team, the amazing students that were involved in organizing this conference with us. Well, before we start, I'd like to talk shortly about our Middle Powers Research Group. We have been working since 2011, studying the emergency and the role of middle powers in international politics, especially from the perspective of political economy, as you have noticed during the debates here. But we're also very interested in studying governance mechanisms and polarities in international politics. So I'd like to invite the students to engage with the group so we can keep discussing this topic. And also I'd like to point that today, this afternoon, we have focused on two powers that are not exactly middle powers, right? We have just had a panel on China, and now we will talk about Russia, but these two states have in common the fact that they have somehow a contested place in polarity in international politics. And inside the Middle Powers Research Group, we have been paying attention to these two states. In the case of China, with the work of Center for China and Global Studies, coordinated by Professor Javier. And in case of Russia, with the recently launched Russia-Latin America Observatory, the RUSLAT, which I coordinate together with Professor Marinana and Professor Guilherme Casarões, who will be online together with us today. So I suppose it's hard to understand G20 and BRICS challenges and possibilities without paying attention to Russia and China. That's why we decided to highlight these two states in this afternoon, because they are, of course, of very undoubtful relevance to this topic, and also because of the role that these two research centers connected to the Middle Powers Research Group have been working with. So today we will listen to two colleagues. Unfortunately, Professor Natasha Kurt from King's College won't be able to be with us today due to health issues. But anyway, she has a very interesting research on the relations between China and Russia, and we have just heard from Professor Giuseppe that's very hard to understand the place of Russia without considering Russia-China relations nowadays, right, Professor? So that would be very interesting to listen to Professor Natasha, and I hope we can receive her in the near future. But we have here today Professor Andrei Tsigankov. He will talk about Russian foreign policy and the changing international order, and we also listen to Professor Fabiano Mielnichuk about on Russia and the BRICS Plus relations, and then Professor Guilherme Casarões, as our moderator, will make some contributions as well. Okay? So, do I have my short bios here? Please. Just a second. we have had a very tough backstage with the online contributions, and we kind of forgot a little bit of the main presence organization. Just a second, please. Yeah, so now we can start. Sorry for that. We start with Professor Andrei Tsigankov. It's a great pleasure to have Professor Andrei Tsigankov with us today. He's a very important reference in the study of Russian foreign policy. Currently, he's a professor in the Department of International Relations at San Francisco State University, and he's specializing in Russian post-Soviet relations, comparative foreign policy, and international relations theory. He holds a degree from Moscow State University and the University of Southern California, contributing to both Western and Russian academia. He is the author of works such as Anti-Russian Lobby and American Foreign Policy and Russian Realism, and has been actively involved in academic associations like the International Studies Association. His main research areas include Russian foreign policy and international security. Professor Andrei, it's a great pleasure to have you here with us today. Please, can you hear us? Oh, yeah, I see you in the corner here. So please feel very welcome, though online, but I give you our warmest welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers and Daniela personally for inviting me. We live in an increasingly fragmented world. It still is a global but increasingly fragmented world. And specifically, we have increasingly two fundamentally different perspectives on world order at odds with each other. We will call them a West-centered world order that appeared after the end of the Cold War, if not earlier, depending on how you define it, and post-Western world order that is now in the making. And the two wars that we are currently going through, one in Europe, the Ukraine war, and one in the Middle East, the so-called Gaza, and now, of course, the Israel-Lebanese war, with the potential for escalation for each, are accelerating the transition from West-centered to post-Western world order. The signs are multiple, that the West is unable to stop them, that the West is unable to prevent future militarization of these regions, and there is more room for non-Western involvement, for non-Western mediation, and we observe multiple signs that non-Western countries, including China, Brazil, South Africa, and others, are increasingly involved and interested in shaping and framing the new world order. Next slide, please. Launa, can you go to the next slide, please? I am not able to move to the next slide myself, so I'm relying on the organizers to move to the next slide. What I am trying to do...
we have the next slide, Professor. It's been shown here, I think.
Because I can only see the title. It's not the next slide. The
okay,
next
I'm
slide
sorry, we check it.
No problem. The next slide is on the main questions that I am planning to address. And there are three questions that I want to address. One is, what are the main actions that Russia has pursued so far, particularly with respect to West-centered world order? Here, I will argue that increasingly Russia relies not only on pragmatic means, but on ideology as well, ideology of civilization and anti-colonialism. And it still is pragmatic with respect to multiple audiences. It depends on who your audience is, depends on the recipient. Russia is playing simultaneously on several chessboards, so to speak. I'll come back to this point. The second question will be, what are the drivers behind Russian foreign policy? Here, I will describe some structural drivers, such as power and values, as processed by the agency, by Vladimir Putin. And last but not least is, what are we to expect of it? And here I will argue that because we are in the stage of great power transition, we are likely to continue to witness great power rivalry even after the war in Ukraine. For a foreseeable future, we will continue to live in a fairly dangerous period of transition for at least a decade, if not more. The next slide, please. So the first point, the first question, Russia and Western world order. There are at least three stages through which Russian foreign policy evolved after the end of the Cold War. First, initially, the Soviet Union collapsed, the Cold War ended, the new Russia emerged in the entirely new international environment, in an environment in which the West was the dominant civilization and the United States was the superpower. Here, Russia attempted to adapt to this world. For the first 15 years, it was trying to position itself as a Western power, as a power that will be beneficiary of West-centered world order. There were different fluctuations here. Boris Yeltsin was pursuing one policy. The early Vladimir Putin was pursuing different foreign policy. It was still West-centered, but with more emphasis on great power status. The only exception here is Evgeny Primakov, who is on your screen here, speaking with Bill Clinton. Evgeny Primakov was trying to position Russia as a great power already in the mid-90s when he became second foreign minister, after the first foreign minister who was pursuing pro-Western foreign policy. But even here, at this stage of cooperation, even at this stage, Russia registered its opposition to one element of West-centered world order, and that's NATO expansion. The West-centered world order can be viewed in terms of at least three specific developments, three specific policies: expansion of military infrastructure, such as NATO, expansion of political and institutional infrastructure, such as the European Union, and promotion of democracy, promotion of values. So at this stage, initially, Russia registered its opposition to NATO expansion, to military developments that it saw potentially threatening its own security. Then the next stage came. The next big stage is all the way until the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And that's the stage that can be viewed as assertiveness and hedging. Here, Russia was pushing for its interests, still with understanding that the West-centered world order is there to stay. It's a particularly robust and strong construction. But here, Russia already developed not only military, not only the opposition to military developments, such as NATO expansion of the West, but also ideological opposition. When Vladimir Putin returned to power after Dmitry Medvedev in 2012, he campaigned on the idea of Russia as state civilization, Russia as separate, not only politically sovereign from the West, but also culturally different, as a separate civilization. This was in part a response to the colored revolutions, the Rose Revolution in the 2003 in Georgia, and of course the Orange Revolution in 2004-05 in Ukraine. And here the transition to post-Western world order began. Russia began to challenge the post-Western world order by developing multiple political and economic relationships outside the West. And of course, the last stage is where we are right now, after the invasion of Ukraine. We are in the stage of conflict and revisionism. This is where Russia not only opposes political and military developments of the West and its ideology, but it showed and demonstrated its willingness to use force to support its opposition to the war and to the opposition to Western involvement in the war in Ukraine and its opposition to West-centered world order. The next slide, please. The second issue I'm trying to cover is Russian foreign policy drivers. How are we to understand these policies that Russia has pursued so far? We need to keep in mind at least three drivers, and I need to go through this in somewhat greater details, in part because in the Western media space, you almost have no discussion of how Russians themselves view their interests. We almost have no discussion of how Russians assess their security, economic, political, and other interests. And from Russian perspective, there are at least three drivers. One has to do with historical roots. It's rooted in history. That's the notion of great power that Russians have established at least since Peter the Great, the early 18th century, when they defeated Sweden, if not earlier. The second one has to do with values, Russia's cultural distinctiveness. These roots are, of course, not only in Christianity, but in Orthodox Christianity, in Byzantium rather than in Rome. And Eurasian geography and geopolitics is another marker of Russian identity here. They continue to be important forces pushing Russian foreign policy, shaping Russian foreign policy today. The second driver, you might say, is more immediate. This one has to do specifically with how Russia found itself after the end of the Cold War, unable to support its own national security perspective, specifically in Europe, in part because NATO expanded at the expense of Russia. Russia was in many respects evicted from European security structure, you might say. It was no longer able to present balance of power system in Europe, and it was no longer able to have any veto on Western developments moving forward to its borders. So its security got diminished under Western world order, and no one was listening to Russian complaints. Ever since Evgeny Primakov registered Russia's opposition to NATO expansion, he was either ignored or he was told, don't worry about this. This is not about you, and you should not worry about your national security. Again, Russians were told how to define their national security interests. And that's one of the sources of tensions. And last but not least, of course, is leadership. Vladimir Putin's persona, how he defines foreign policy, how he acts in foreign policy area, what are his beliefs, is something that drives Russian foreign policy very much today. The invasion of Ukraine, for instance, is a function of both structural and individual actions, individual characteristics. Both structure and agency makes a difference here. We need to be mindful of Putin's typical style of acting in asymmetric fashion. Someone who has the intelligence background certainly is more comfortable with this style. And his beliefs. He is a believer in Russian great power status. He is a believer that Russia global power. He is a believer that there must be sphere of influence for Russia in Eurasia, and Ukraine must be in it. So for that matter, he is whom you might call a great power realist in Russian sense of the word. The next slide, please. So these are the three drivers that I want you to assess against two mainstream theories in the West specifically. One theory states that Russian foreign policy is driven first and foremost, if not exclusively, by power and security considerations. That, of course, is realism. People like John Mearsheimer and others will tell you that Russia is not really revisionist power. It's the West that is revisionist, because the West got involved in triple expansion, NATO expansion, the European Union expansion, democracy promotion, and therefore the West is revisionist power, and Russia responds to those developments. Richard Sackler defined this kind of behavior as neo-revisionism rather than revisionism. What I think is missed by this perspective, as much as I share many insights from realism, is the notion of values and ideology, is the principal significance of ideology in Russian foreign policy, at least since last 10 years ago or so. The ideology of civilization and anti-colonialism are increasingly playing a role in Russian foreign policy. The idea of cultural sphere of influence, so-called Ruski Mir, the idea that Russia must be protected by buffer zone, not only in power terms, but in terms of culture, is also important. And it's also the driver in Russia's invasion of Ukraine, not only power and NATO expansion. And of course, Putin's own ideas about how Ukraine can be changed, how we can do what Americans did in Iraq, regime change, and in Ukraine and elsewhere, are also important to consider in addition to power balance. The second school, the next slide, please, is about ideology. And here, ideology is taken into consideration, but in a very problematic way. So you do need to understand the role of ideology in Russia, but not in this particular way. The idea here is that Vladimir Putin is another Joseph Stalin. He is effectively involved in the Cold War against the West. He is trying to restore Russia as imperial power. He is trying to occupy the entire Ukraine and then move on to Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic, and others to restore the former Soviet bloc. And therefore, he is fighting the Cold War, and we are not. The West is not. The reality is that people who are making this argument are often Cold Warriors themselves. Joe Biden's dichotomy between autocracy and democracy is very reminiscent of the old Cold War. And I think the problem with this understanding of Russian ideology is that it doesn't take into consideration the really new global context, the context that sociologists define as late modernity, the context in which you have fundamental economic interdependence, something that we did not have during the Cold War. We also have now global media space. Yes, there is a great deal of competition, disagreement, polarization, but there is still global media space that we did not have during the Cold War. I remember, because I was growing up during the Cold War. I went to the army during the Cold War. There was no global media space at the time. It was fundamentally divided and not only polarized, but it was really one thick, big curtain separating the world. Now, this is no longer the case. And ideology is different too, as I said. This is not capitalism versus communism as in the past. Russia is capitalist today, but it is a new divide that every major country in the world now goes through. It's a divide between nationalism on the one hand and global liberalism on the other. Europe is divided now along these lines. The United States is divided along these lines. In fact, we are going through presidential elections in which one candidate represents the values of liberal globalization and the other one represents the values of populism or nationalism, America First ideology. And the new developments, how Russia promotes this ideology, are also not taken into consideration. This ideology that Russia now has, the ideology of civilization and anti-colonialism, is no longer formed in Moscow as it used to be during the Cold War. This is decentralized. This is increasingly bottom-up ideology that is shared across the world by different capitals, by different countries. And Russia, therefore, is more successful in promoting its ideology because it has sufficient global support. And this ideology is developed now in BRICS capitals and elsewhere. And therefore, Russia is playing, as I said earlier, on multiple chessboards. It is building strong and non-ideological relationships with those who are comfortable with West-centered world order. It is promoting change and reforms through BRICS structures and those who want reforms. And it is also working closely with radicals, with those who are willing and able to overthrow pro-Western governments, pro-Western structures. And there, Russia has different connections and different strategies to promote its world order ideas. The next slide, please. And that will be my last point here, what to expect in medium term and in short term. In medium term, I hope I have shown to you that we should expect continued rivalry, continued competition within West-centered world order on the one hand, as represented and promoted by the United States, Europe, and some other countries, and by increasingly uneasy about this world order countries in the post-Western, in non-Western area. And we are going to go through this transition for quite some time. And multiple countries will try to promote the agenda to the extent possible using different means. And therefore, it's not just the West that is revisionist because it doesn't respect some of the rules of the United Nations, but non-Western countries as well, through different means, are promoting power change and therefore acting as revisionist powers. And of course, Russia is revisionist here as well, particularly with respect to Western world order. It has never been happy about United States foreign policy ever since the United States invaded Yugoslavia, supported by NATO countries in the late 90s, ever since United States went to Iraq and other countries. This was done unilaterally outside the United Nations deep institutions, you might say. So Russia was never happy about these foreign policies and the West-centered world order based on those policies. It has been more ambivalent with respect to so-called deep IR institutions, such as the United Nations, WTO, and others. It certainly has violated the United Nations Charter when it comes to territorial integrity when it invaded Ukraine, but it has also argued that through its policymakers, through its foreign minister, that the United Nations Charter speaks not only of territorial integrity, but also self-determination. And the two must be balanced. And here, Russia supported the United Nations Charter and did not violate it. So here you have a debate, you have tensions, and Russia also wants to promote some reform within the United Nations, in particular by bringing more voices, more active voices from non-Western countries, particularly from Africa, from Latin America, to the United Nations Security Council. So here Russia is, I would say, more ambivalent. And here, of course, leadership matters as well. Matters in managing rivalry, in preventing what may escalate into major war over Ukraine, over Middle East, over Taiwan. The last slide, please. In the meantime, short-term predictions, short-term prognosis is also very important. There are, at least the way I can see, there are two key factors for us to keep in mind. One is the US elections, who wins, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, because they have very different visions with respect to Russia and the war in Ukraine. And of course, the results of the war in Ukraine in the Middle East. And I see, before I conclude, I see two scenarios for the Ukraine war in particular. One may be called semi-frozen conflict. If Donald Trump wins, for example, and somehow helps the ceasefire in Ukraine, then we are not likely to see robust settlement. We are likely to see frozen conflict because there will be no reliable security guarantees. There will still be political instability in Ukraine. There will still be Russian linguistic and cultural interests not respected in Ukraine. And there will still be major sources of tensions between Russia and the West. And the second scenario is even more dangerous. This is the scenario of growing confrontation, possible if specifically Kamala Harris wins and continues the efforts to fully support the war in Ukraine. In this case, Russia is likely to take even more territories, to act even more provocatively, certainly from the Western perspective, react in escalatory manner to the Western and Ukrainian escalation. And Ukraine, in this case, unless the front collapses, will continue to mobilize even more people for the war and rely on more and more provocative actions inside Russia. That is potentially a very dangerous scenario. And as I said earlier, it's important for major powers in particular to manage this transition by avoiding and preventing this kind of escalation dynamics going forward. Well, my time is up. I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Tsigankov. Such an enlightening contribution on such a complex topic. Thank you a lot. So now we hear Professor Fabiano Melnichuk. Professor holds a PhD in International Relations from PUC Rio and a master's degree in International Relations and a degree in Social Sciences from the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul with an emphasis on political science. He's an adjunct professor, D of the Department of Political Science at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. And he works as a permanent faculty member in the graduate programs in political science and international strategic studies. He was a research director of the Brazilian Political Science Association and research coordinator of the BRICS Policy Center. His areas of interest include political theory, BRICS, international cooperation, and the international relations of Russia and Europe. Professor Fabiano, it's a great pleasure to have you here with us, though online, so please feel welcome. I feel PUC Minas is like a second home for you. I hope you think the same, and we are eager to hear you, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Daniela, for your kind words. I would say that I have an emotional linkage with PUCs in general, in Rio and in Minas Gerais. So this is the way I see that. So let me just start by thanking the organization of this conference, the research group on middle powers, the RusLat Observatory, the Russian Latin America Observatory. Let me give some names: Javier Vadel, Leonardo Ramos, Daniela Sex, and all the staff that is involved in this event. I had the opportunity to follow the event this morning. It was very interesting. And let me also thank Professor Casarões that is here. It's a pleasure to be here with you after a long time without seeing you, and to know, not personally, but virtually, Professor Tsigankov, which of course is a reference for many scholars in Russia studies. And here in Brazil, at least in my courses, my graduate students are reading your contributions to the debate.
Thank you.
So it's, I'd like to be there in PUC Minas for a very practical reason. When I'm in front of the audience and I'm feeling pressured by the physical presence of people, I do organize my lectures and my speeches are very well structured. So when we are at home, we feel like we're not really involved in the event, So I'm afraid that my presentation is going to be a bit different, not as well organized and structured as Professor Tsigankov, but I think I will try to engage with you for further comments and questions later on with the observations of Professor Casarões. So my presentation, the title of my presentation, Russia and BRICS Plus. The baseline of my presentation is the following. Russia is actively challenging the liberal, rules-based international order, and this is impacting the way the Global South negotiates its place in this order. Hence, Russia is exerting its persuasion power towards countries of the Global South. This notion came up with my colleague and friend Silvia Ferraboli, with whom I've developed these ideas, and we're writing a paper on that. That's through difficulties in the peer review process because it's a Western journal, so they think we're Russian propagandists and not scholars. We're trying to negotiate that publication. And I'm going to share with you many of the reflections that I'm having with my colleague Silvia. Third, the Ukrainian conflict contributed to increase this persuasion power. And fourth, BRICS enlargement might be understood as one of the consequences of this process. Of course, it's difficult to put all these ideas together in a very short presentation, but I'm going to read some parts of it and to do some comments on other parts to try to make my point clear. First, and I call this section the ideational level. International order is based on a relational ontology. And of course, I don't want to get into details of the Russian foreign policy because Professor Tsigankov did that very well. But we need to consider that since Putin rose to power in '99, Russia's foreign policy has been very active in denouncing the contradictions of the liberal international order. Sakwa coined the term, as was mentioned by Professor Tsigankov, new revisionist, in a sense that it consists in defending the chartered international system, but arguing against its perceived subversion in the practices of the Atlantic West. Hence, Western double standards, an old source of complaint from developing countries, have been exposed and ably explored by Russia in the last decade. Three Western interventions illustrate the point above made. Iraq, 2003, Libya, 2011, and Syria, after. In these three cases, the perpetrators of violence pretended to be motivated by the defense of universal values, but there lie very tangible economic and political interests related to the control of energy sources and to the toppling of inconvenient regimes in the Middle East and North Africa. From the Russian perspective, these interventions demonstrated the contempt of the Western powers for institutions like the Security Council, and therefore worked as exemplary cases of how a country backed by military power should behave when its interests are at stake. And here comes the part of the relational ontology. It's not mine, it's from Patomäki, which is a Finnish scholar discussing with Forsberg about the Ukrainian crisis, a very interesting Platonic book because they have a conversation on the crisis. Forsberg very liberal and Patomäki very critical of the Western perspective. And so in this sense, the saying, two wrongs do not make a right, which is commonly used against Russian whataboutism, the idea that Russia always justifies its actions, quoting a mistake committed by other major power, great power. So this two wrongs do not make a right should be rewritten as two wrongs make the mighty right, as a way of reinscribing the famous might makes no right saying in international relations. The relational ontology that characterizes the nature of order helps us to make sense of the wave of interventions of both the US and its allies and Russia in recent years. So the idea is that international order is based on examples and is based on a mutual understanding about what is allowed and what is forbidden. If you have one idea of a rules-based international order, and those that defend that idea do not act accordingly, it will create great room, and space for contestation and for acting differently. So this is the core of the issue, what Russians call hypocrisy of the West, and what the Global South always saw as a problem that is not addressed by Western powers. So in this sense, we can move to the material level, the Ukrainian conflict, multilateral institutions, and the dangerous currency. I'm going to explain what I mean by dangerous currency, which is the dollar. Despite the Western efforts to cancel Russia, the Ukrainian conflict has intensified the persuasion power of Russia, particularly in the Global South. I'd like to underline two reasons for that. The first relates to the imposition of Western agenda to the major multilateral institutions, such as the IMF and the World Bank, to support its war efforts against Russia. It works as a catalyst for Russia's persuasion power due to the growing frustration of the Global South, as they perceive that Western powers can and do use the traditional multilateral economic institutions to promote their geopolitical interests. It should be noted that the ebb and flow that marked IMF's aid to Ukraine before 2014 gave place to constant financial support during the war effort. The same IMF that discontinued a loan agreement of $15 billion to Ukraine in 2010, after Yushchenko increased civil servant salaries and pensions, approved a standby program to help Ukraine in April 2014, which was later replaced in 2015 by a 4-year program amounting to $17.5 billion. Strikingly, the fund changed its lifelong policy and started lending money to countries facing exceptionally high uncertainty. In March 23, the IMF approved a new 4-year EFF of $15 billion that is part of a $150 billion support package for Ukraine, which, according to Reuters, would be completed by $8 billion in pledges for grants and concessional loans from multilateral institutions and other countries, and $20 billion worth of debt relief commitments. As per the World Bank, it launched in 2022 the Peace Project, Public Expenditures for Administrative Capacity Endurance. Incredibly, the World Bank is now responsible for guaranteeing the salaries of the Ukrainian civil service. It is paying the benefits of 10 million pensioners and the salaries of 500,000 education and 145,000 government employees, and 56,000 first responders, and around 3 million recipients of financial assistance. As stated in its website, the World Bank website, almost 20 billion has been mobilized through the Peace Project as of June 22, 2023. The second relates to the weaponization of economic relations promoted by the collective West, which, according to Paulo Nogueira Batista Jr., our former director at the IMF and founding member of BRICS New Development Bank, turned the dollar into a dangerous currency. The confiscation of Russian international reserves and its use to finance the war effort against Russia, and the use of SWIFT system of payments against one specific country, without mentioning all the sanctions directed against Russia, caused uneasiness in countries like China, which has trillions of dollars in its reserves, international reserves. That is why the dollar is a dangerous currency, because it has become a weapon. So these two examples, the notion that multilateral institutions are being used for political purposes, to advance the agenda and war agenda of the West, and that the dollar is a dangerous currency because states cannot use the dollar to maintain the international reserves, are key in my understanding to understand what's happening with the BRICS expansion. And why do I say so? Because if we look at the members that entered BRICS last year, Ethiopia, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Iran. I'm quoting United Arab Emirates, sorry, Saudi Arabia, but I know that Saudi Arabia is not formally in the BRICS grouping because they did not answer if they accept or not the invitation. But as they are participating in a lot of events in Russia this year, I guess that Russian diplomacy and many other countries believe that Saudi Arabia is going to join formally. All these 5 countries, they all are interested in the main objective of Russian chairmanship of BRICS in 2024, which is de-dollarization. We look at Ethiopia and Egypt, they are renegotiating their debt with the IMF. And that's strikingly interesting to look at the terms of the negotiations, for instance, of IMF and Egypt, where the IMF is demanding Egypt to quit public investment, reduce the amount of expenditures of the state, and open up their market to private companies, which is a very well-known strategy for many of the global South countries in the last decades, the previous decades. Ethiopia is also facing problems in terms of negotiations with the IMF, and Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates are trying to open up more opportunities, and in fact, Saudi Arabia is starting to sell oil in other currencies rather than in dollar. I don't need to mention Iran here because I guess it's very clear why Iran is involved in the BRICS grouping. So in this sense, the more countries join the BRICS, the more countries are going to be involved in alternatives to the dollar as the main currency, and hence, the bigger the BRICS, the weaker the political West. And now I'm quoting Sakwa with his category, the political West against the political East, which is the way he terms his understanding of a new Cold War that is happening nowadays. So this is interesting because then we have concrete motives for these countries to be engaged in the BRICS grouping. And we're talking here at the international political economy level. It's not very easy to do the de-dollarization, of course. Swap agreements are already happening between these countries, specifically with China, Russia, and India. But only the swap in national currencies won't solve the problem, as many other economists point, and Paulo Roberto Nogueira Batista Jr. that I mentioned before works on that idea that BRICS needs to create a reserve currency to facilitate the exchange, not really a new currency that's going to be used like the dollar, but a reserve currency that can guarantee that exchange between these countries are going to work bypassing the dollar. So it's not easy, but the more the BRICS becomes bigger, the more it's going to be a reality. And of course, it affects Western interests. So the political West is not interested in the enlargement of BRICS. But this idea coming from this international political economy might be complemented by another dimension, which is the transnational civil society dimension. I didn't quote that before. As I told you, maybe my presentation is not as well structured as it should be. But this idea that the international relations is divided in 4 levels comes from the writings of Richard Sakwa, And he mentions that we have the international system that is based on the Charter International System, he calls, which is the principles of the International Charter. We have international politics that are disputes concerning the interpretation of this system. And we have another two dimensions, which are international political economy and transnational civil society, which all interact to construct the different world orders that are ideologically motivated but have impacts and effects in reality. So at the transnational civil society level, and that's interesting because I was during the presentation this morning about the civil society participation in BRICS and the G20, and I'm a very vocal critic of the Brazilian engagement with the G20 that is happening, in my view, at the expenses of the involvement of in the BRICS format. This is very interesting because the idea that civil societies have a role in promoting the transformation of a world order must be considered very seriously. Why do I say that? Because we're talking this morning about the influence of international organizations, international foundations in financing and founding civil society to participate in global processes. In the case of G20, we have the C20 and the T20, and all the major organizations that are involved are getting funds from either the Open Societies Foundation or the Ford Foundation. Ford Foundation had spent $600,000 to finance 3 institutions that are involved in this process, that are organizing and are establishing the agenda of the discussions, mainly in terms of the financial track, the economic track of the G20 discussion. And that's interesting because I've seen a lot about the taxation of rich or great fortunes, as we can say here, to take one idea that is very important to the Brazilian government. And I'm seeing civil society discussing that a lot, but I didn't see any discussion at the G20 about, for instance, the autonomy of the central banks, which is something very interesting to discuss, specifically for those that believe that we are passing through a moment of international change and that the international liberal order is facing a very serious crisis and that might emerge a different international order in that. So of course, we're not discussing that because people that are supporting the debates are not interested in discussing such a very difficult, I understand that it's difficult, but a very embedded issue in the international liberal order. We know that the autonomy of central bank is something that is demanded by international institutions that are linked to the international liberal order. IMF, to guarantee stability. But if you think in terms of sovereignty, in terms of the power that a president of a country that was elected by the population has to appoint the president of the central bank, and that the president of the central bank cannot be dismissed by this president, this is an issue. This is a very interesting issue. But I don't know, please, if you know anything related to that, tell me that, if people are discussing that. Because when we're talking about de-dollarization at the BRICS level, we need to think about that. We need to think about, for instance, taking the case of Brazil as an example. What was the participation of our soon-to-be former president of the Brazilian Central Bank in the debates with the Russians, with the Chinese, in terms of de-dollarization? Was the Brazilian Central Bank involved in that? I know that the Russian Central Bank was involved, the Chinese Central Bank was involved, and many newcomers were involved in this debate. What about Brazil? So then I'd like to finish with these considerations to talk about civil society. So if you believe in an international order, or we can say that a political East, as Richard Sackville presented the terms of the debate, which is an alternative order to the liberal international order or to the rules-based order, we need to think about the way to engage civil society in the debates related to this order autonomously, which is without foreign influences. It's not a question of closing up space for civil society's participation. No, it's engaging civil society with the agenda of an emerging new international order, and not with the old order that, according to some scholars, is in trouble. So then, if we expand BRICS, if we enlarge BRICS, it's going to be more difficult for these institutions that are worldwide spread to actuate, to influence the debate inside countries, because there's not only 2 or 3 countries out of a group of 5 that would be influenced in the debate. And nowadays, Casarão, I'm pretty sure that you're following this debate. After Oliver Stunkel published this foreign affairs issue that Brazil and India are having problems with the way BRICS expansion is happening, what's happening, because we're different. And Oliver has very good sources inside Itamaraty. And it's not something that Brazilian diplomacy is trying to hide, because I've seen many people, high-profile people in Itamaraty complaining that, okay, we feel more comfortable negotiating with South Africa and India and not with Russia and China, because there are certain issues that we cannot talk. Democracy, human rights, this is what our diplomacy. And I looking at the civil society participation in the G20, and it was a huge participation, more than 2,000 people involved. I was wondering if Itamaraty is being affected by that participation and is advancing some issues, agendas that are important, but maybe should not be placed in the place they're being put. There might be some misguidance influenced by civil society that is influenced by foundations that are not foundations from our country. We're not spending money to organize this C20. The Brazilian government says we have no money. So when we're going to discuss cybersecurity, for instance, who is sponsoring the event? Microsoft, a big company. When we're going to discuss restructuring of the state, we're being funded by Open Society Foundation. And these are all events that are official events. And I'm very glad to be here in an official event of the T20 to say it and to have the opportunity to say this kind of words. Because I guess we need to engage critically with what's happening in Brazil. And we need to engage critically. And if BRICS expands and we have, instead of 9 countries or 10 countries, 20 countries, 25 countries, it would be more difficult for these organizations to influence the debates inside civil society. And then people are going to say, wow, then that's not democracy. Then it's manipulation. Then Russia and China are manipulating civil societies to advance the agenda that they want. I see that differently. I think that sometimes it's necessary for us to criticize our own democracy before we start criticizing the others. This is, in fact, the principle of BRICS, yes? We accept different. As Professor Tsigankov mentioned, we're not intended to change anyone. We are intended to work together to change the international order. So these are my considerations, and you know, I apologize in advance if I got a bit emotional at the end, because I've been involved in discussions at the civil BRICS level, trying to get in contact with people from Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, and to learn more about them, and to learn more about Russia, about China, and what's happening in India, and even in South Africa. that is changing his perspective in international affairs. So I'd like to share this final remark with you, so maybe we can discuss it further in the debate time. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much again. I apologize for this emotional tone.
Thank you, Professor Fabiano. No apologies on the emotions. We have just learned with Boris, your PhD student, how important they are for IR, right? We have been together in this PhD Viva on the role of emotions in IR. So anyways, it was very interesting to hear your critical remarks. And they are all certainly very connected to our broader debate on international order and disorder. And that's our main theme, the main topic of this event. So thank you very much. Well, now I will pass the floor to Professor Guilherme Casarões, our discussant today, that will also share with us some information on the research that we have been conducting together. Right, Professor? Thank you very much for being here with us.
Thank you, Daniela, for having me for the third time, I think, in a month. So I'm super happy to be here again, this time online, and also with my colleagues, Fabiano Milnichuk and Andrei Tsigankov. I'm thrilled to be able to not only to address the fascinating issues that have been brought about by the two speakers, but also to talk about our own research. Daniela and I, and Marinana and Bernardo, we are working on a long shot research on Russia-Brazil relations. We are looking at so many different aspects of this relationship. So I'm going to share a few things with you today. And of course, the spirit of this conversation is to be able to show you some of the most pressing issues in Brazil-Russia relations. I think that you can see my big presentation right there. Let me just try to fix my charging cable that for some reason is not working. So I might run out of battery at some point, but I hope there'll still be time for me to have some very interesting discussions with you. So basically, instead of just discussing the points that have been raised, I'm going to present a very quick overview of Brazil-Russia relations based on the research we have been conducting for some time now. And of course, I'm going to be touching upon some of the issues that the two speakers have raised while I talk about Brazil and Russia, because it's an interesting way to think critically about all these things that have been raised. So basically, what I want to discuss with you today about is how Brazil sees Russia and why is Russia important to Brazil. This is a question that we often get. Dani, I remember that when we launched the Russia Latin America Observatory, I got a lot of questions on Instagram asking me, why do you want to talk about Russia right now? I mean, these guys are invading Ukraine, and this is all too crazy. Why now? And I said, well, I think it's perhaps the best moment for us to have a discussion about what Russia wants from Latin America and what we want from Russia as well. So just an overview on Brazil-Russia relations. They were stable. They were established in the 19th century. They were stable for pretty much a century, and they got very unstable after the Russian Revolution in 1917. We broke relations with Russia in 1917 due to the Russian Revolution. We resumed relations in 1945 because both Russia, the Soviet Union, and Brazil were allies in the Second World War. But then, thanks to the anti-communism within Brazil's government, we broke again in 1947, and then we restored relations in 1961. And ever since 1961, we have had pretty positive relations with Russia. First the Soviet Union, of course, and then Russia after 1991. So in a way, Russia has always been relatively important to Brazil, right? It's hard to make a statement on the opposite side. I'm not sure about how to evaluate how important Brazil has been to Russia over the years. What I can tell you is that with the end of the Cold War, Brazil and Russia, they have begun to share so many common issues, so many common concerns about the international order. So this is something that I want to touch upon in the next slides. So in the 1990s, Brazil and Russia, they have started to look at each other on a positive light. The Primakov Doctrine in 1996 established multipolarity as a strategic objective of Russia's foreign policy, and Brazil, of course, was part of this scheme that also included, of course, China and India. Brazil starts a movement as early as 1993, 1994 to diversify partnerships with countries from all over the world, and Russia was also part of that. And in 1997, during the Cardoso administration, we saw the establishment of Brazil-Russia's high-level commission, which is also a very important landmark in this relationship. And as we enter the 21st century, we've had so many important events. Cardoso and Putin celebrated the strategic partnership between Russia and Brazil in 2002. Putin and Lula celebrated the technological alliance between Russia and Brazil in 2004. And in 2006, we've decided to come together to create the BRICS, first as a side meeting at the United Nations, and then as the big BRICS forum and state head of state summit as of 2009. And we've also established a defense agreement. This is also an important element. And of course, the drivers of Russia-Brazil relations have been both political and economic. So we've seen a lot of cooperation going around since the late 80s, all the way through the 90s and 2000s. But trade has also become a very important part of this equation. So we've seen a relevance building up in the 1990s. And in the 2000s, the two countries have established a target. They should do at least a $10 billion trade a year. And this is a target that has never really been fulfilled up until like last year or 2 years ago. So this is important too, because we have placed a lot of emphasis on trade, but trade has not really been a substantive issue of Russia-Brazil relations. Now, another way to look at it, just to illustrate, is the many meetings of Vladimir Putin over time with so many different Brazilian presidents. So it's curious to see that from the early Putin all the way through the current Putin, he has met with pretty much every single president in Brazil since the 1990s. And I think this is very eloquent. I mean, this is just a symbol, this is just an image, but it's eloquent to the importance that Brazil has started to have in Russia's foreign affairs, and of course, the other way around as well. Now, when it comes to trade, just a quick overview of our trade since 2013 all the way through 2023. Trade has increased dramatically over the years, hinging on the Brazilian exports to Russia. Brazil sells soybeans, beef, unroasted coffee, and peanuts to Russia. Most of it is soybeans because of Russia's up-and-coming cattle industry, right? So we also sell beef to Russia, but now Russia is producing its own beef, and soybeans are fundamental to that goal. And we import from Russia basically oil and chemical fertilizers that combined add up to like 90% of the total imports to Brazil. So basically, this is an uneven trade. It has been more equal in the past, but ever since 2018, it has been basically driven by Brazilian exports to Russia. And of course, every now and then we see some protectionist measures coming from Moscow. Brazil struggles with them. But basically, this is what trade looks like over the years, and especially nowadays. We have finally met the target of $10 billion trade in 2022 to 2023. But that has been a promise made, I don't know, in 2011 or 2012. So this is something for you to think about. And I'm going to get back to the dollarization or de-dollarization in a minute, because I think that it speaks to some of these challenges in Brazil-Russia trade relations. Now, what brings the two countries together? And I think that this is an important discussion that we have to face. If you think about the convergences in both countries' foreign policies, I'd say that there is a fundamental common thread or common ground between the two countries, which is the one of building a multipolar world. This is part of Russia and Brazil's rhetoric. Of course, it comes around very differently for the two countries. But if you think about it, multilateralism and multipolarity are two of the most important pillars of both countries' diplomatic discourse over the years. And for Brazil in particular, because we're not a great power, we are a middle power trying to become an emerging power, trying to get somewhere out of our foreign policy, multilateralism and multipolarity are of particular importance. Because, of course, we believe that the way we shape, the way we frame the world through our discourse will eventually shape reality at some point. And Brazil is very much invested in this perception. What do we see? What do we have in common in terms of building this multipolar world? We have the BRICS as an instrument of collective projection of global power for both countries, and of course, not just to them, but including them. We have the G20 as a counter-hegemonic instrument, and especially the discussions that the BRICS have within the context of the G20, including de-dollarization, as Fabiano has very correctly touched upon. The idea that the dollar is no longer the currency of the world. And, you know, most of the trade challenges that we have nowadays might be related to the dollar in a way, especially because Russia has been subjected to so many sanctions over the years. And of course, it damages the possibility of trade between the two countries, not only between Brazil and Russia, of course, between Russia and pretty much the rest of the world. Brazil has signed swap agreements with many countries. These are not enough, of course, because Brazil in particular is still very much dependent on the dollar as the major trade currency. But still, this is something that's also part of Brazil's concerns. And I agree with Fabiano that in Lula's third term in office, this is not as salient as it was, for example, right after 2008. I think that between 2008 and 9 and maybe 10, Brazil was very much into the discussion of, pushing the dollar aside, but this is no longer true for the many reasons that we know, many government changes included. And of course, both Brazil and Russia, for different reasons and with different degrees of intensity, they also criticize NATO's role in international conflicts. Of course, Russia has been a very vocal critic of NATO for geopolitical reasons that we understand due to geographical proximity. In the case of Brazil, it's just a very vague criticism that finds no echo in most part of Brazil's statements to the world. But we still have some degree of suspicion as to the role of NATO in international politics. And this is very important because somehow it brings Brazil and Russia together, including in situations like the invasion of Ukraine in 2022. We've also seen, and this is thanks to Daniela's beautiful work on, categorizing, organizing all the speeches between Russia and Brazil, and of course, in Russia and in Brazil too, we have been able to identify a lot of normative and discursive convergence regarding issues of international security. So we have looked, and this is the research that we've been conducting, we have looked at the 2008 crisis, the Syrian civil war, the annexation of Crimea, and more recently, the invasion of Ukraine. And we have found out, and this is fascinating, that there are so many points of agreement in the diplomatic speeches of both countries. They may formulate things a little bit differently because, of course, Russia, for example, it doesn't say multilateralism very often, or multipolarity. It uses words like polycentrism, but still, we can identify at least three main axes of convergence between the two countries. The idea that national sovereignty must be preserved and that the self-determination of peoples is of utmost importance in international relations. They both defend the respect for the Charter of the United Nations, and they both repudiate unilateral actions coming from the West. So, for example, when the United States invaded Iraq in 2003, Russia was one of the first critics of the US invasion, and Brazil came along after Lula got elected. I mean, Lula had 2 months or 3 months in office before the invasion of Iraq, but Brazil also joined the chorus as a very vocal critic of what the United States was doing at the time. Now, I think that it's also important to underline that there are some points of diplomatic divergence between the two countries, and maybe one of the reasons why it happens, well, we don't expect countries to have the same rhetoric over anything, but one of the reasons why we find divergence is pretty much thanks to the different positions both countries occupy in the international distribution of power. And this is important because for many years, Brazil has really thought it was on the same level of power and reputation with countries like China and Russia. Back in the day when the BRICS were founded, I think that Brazil had the expectation that it would be one of the poles of power of this emerging multipolar world. And this has not been the case. So in part, the way Brazil has to defend itself, or the shelter that Brazil runs towards every time there's an international crisis, is the Western world. So every time Brazil is under pressure, it retreats back to its Western position, and that explains in a way why there are so many divergences over time. So when it comes to multilateral issues, Brazil, for example, defends disarmament and non-proliferation, and Russia is the world's largest nuclear country. Brazil defends the role of multilateralism in international conflicts, but most importantly, Brazil defends that no conflict has to be solved through military means, and yet Russia has a very different position on this, mostly because Russia is a great power. The third point has to do with human rights and the environment, and I agree with Fabiano, maybe some of the discussions that we have in Brazil about human rights and the environment are sponsored by international agencies, international foundations, and so on and so forth. But even still, I think that these both countries, they largely diverge when it comes to human rights and the environment. Russia, for example, pulled out of the Kyoto Protocol back in 2013. And this is something that we have to bear in mind. Brazil is one of the greatest sponsors of the Kyoto Protocol and of all the multilateral discussions. When it comes to human rights, of course, there have been growing divergences between Brazil and Russia, with the exception of the Bolsonaro administration. It is curious because we have seen under Bolsonaro a greater convergence of expectations around human rights in the two countries. And I think that for Professor Tsigankov, he mentioned the role of religion and the role of values within the country. And I think that Bolsonaro has showcased in Brazil some degree of Christian nationalist values that somehow speak to Russia's Orthodox values as well. So they have to come together in several different opportunities to talk about the role of conservatism, the role of religion, the role of traditional family values. They have positioned themselves against abortion. They have also had a very important role regarding sexual or reproductive rights. So under Bolsonaro, things have come together a little bit more. Another point of divergence has to do with relations with the global South. And this is where power, of course, plays a very important role. In Brazil's case, what we have seen is that we want to cooperate with the global South. We want to focus on economic aspects of this cooperation. And sometimes by looking at Russia's behavior towards the global South, there might be some elements of, satellitization. I'm not sure if that's the word, but the attempt of turning some parts of the world into pro-Russia satellites from a strategic point of view. For example, Venezuela and Cuba against the United States in Latin America, some parts of Africa as well. And this is something that Brazil doesn't really know how to deal with. So this is also important. And Russia, of course, has a focus on arms trade, on strategic concerns that Brazil doesn't really engage with. So this is also a point of divergence. And of course, when it comes to Latin America, I think there are also very important divergences. So for example, Russia has come closer to Argentina under Fernandez, Mexico under AMLO, Venezuela under Maduro. And instead of facilitating relations with Brazil, I have the feeling that at times the rapprochement between Russia and these countries has pushed Brazil away from them for many different reasons that we can, of course, think about and discuss. And of course, after the invasion of Ukraine in 2022, we have seen the cooling of bilateral relations, not because Brazil no longer likes Russia or cares about Russia, but mainly because Brazil has been under a lot of pressure coming from the West to take a position, to have a stand on the conflict. And Brazil prefers to sit on the fence because he wants to keep being friends with Russia, but at the same time, he wants to preserve its good relations with the West as well. And finally, we have the case of the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Here you see pictures of both Lula and Bolsonaro with Vladimir Putin, so completing all the several presidents that have been together over the years. And curiously enough, we do not really see a difference between Lula's and Bolsonaro's position regarding the conflict of Ukraine. They might have come from different points, but they have reached the same position, right? And the interesting thing about Russia's invasion of Ukraine is that it showcases both the convergences and the divergences between the two countries. So if you consider the backdrop of Brazil's love for multipolarity, of Brazil's respect for international law and the United Nations Charter, we see that Brazil has been very ambiguous when it came to the conflict in Ukraine. And this reveals how hard it is for a country like Brazil, a middle power trying to emerge, but still very much connected with the West, to have a stronger position regarding the conflict that in a way represents part of the disruption of the liberal international order as we have learned to know it. So Brazil has been very ambiguous, and rather than voting against Russia all the time, Brazil has also abstained several times. Rather than abstaining all along, Brazil has tried to vote in favor of some specific things that represent some more open violations of the UN Charter. And at the same time, Brazil has been very much aligned with the BRICS in many of these circumstances. So what the conflict tells us is that Brazil has been trying to, juggle its way between Russia and the West. But it's not just about Russia in this case. Brazil tries to shelter, as it shelters, for example, when it's under pressure, under the wings of the West. When it came to the conflict, it tries to shelter under the wings of the BRICS many times. So it's interesting to see that Brazil keeps, swinging between the West and the BRICS when it comes to the conflict. And again, the best explanation that I can get about this has to do with the fact that Brazil is not a great power and is not entirely autonomous to make its own decisions because, of course, they come with a very, very high cost. Now, as for the future of relations, I have just 4 questions, more of a, food for thought. The first question is whether looking forward, Professor Tsigankov mentioned this, Russia sees the world and sees the future of the international order in a very specific way that pertains to Russia and maybe to China and to some other emerging countries. I'm not entirely sure if the vision of a multipolar world is the same between Brazil and Russia. And I still think that Brazil's idea of multipolarity is very much, it depends very much on some Western considerations. Brazil is still very much a liberal country in many respects, and its diplomacy in particular, as Fabiano has mentioned, remains very much committed to the liberal international order. The second question is whether the BRICS will continue to be central to the strategies of Brazil and Russia. So I think that the BRICS are changing, and Fabiano has talked extensively about this, and the degree of commitment of the original members of the BRICS to the new project of the BRICS Plus is still an open question, and especially Brazil. I'm not sure whether Brazil will, follow along with all the changes the BRICS is going through. The third question is, that's a good question. What is Russia's relationship with the far right and how it will affect Brazil? I'm not sure if Russia has a preferred politician in Brazil, as it probably has in the United States and in some parts of the world. Russia has come in closer to Marine Le Pen in France, for example. But in Brazil's case, this is still an open question as well. There are studies showing that Russia is very much enthusiastic about the rise of the far right in some parts of the world. But in the case of Brazil, I see no clear evidence of this. So it's a question for research. For those of you who are in the audience, you might want to take up this kind of research agenda and look into that. And finally, how can Brazil and Russia work together in the face of the crisis in Venezuela? So this is a big question mark, because we have a problem in our hands, and Brazil's problem is much greater than Russia's, really, because we share a border with Venezuela. And of course, these are things that we may want to think about for the future and looking forward. Now, I think that in many ways, Brazil's relationship with Russia echoes pretty much everything both of you have said about Russia's foreign policy and its position within the BRICS Plus. I think that in many ways, Brazil wants to follow along. Brazil really likes the idea of a changing world order. Brazil wants to be part of it. But what Brazil might not realize, and this is a complicated question because, well, at least two of us are Brazilian here. And then there's Dani, who's half Brazilian, half Czech, right? But in our case, it's hard to admit. But if you look at it, down to earth, try to, modulate what Brazil is up to, I think that Brazil, well, it can follow along a new international order, but it will hardly be a protagonist in this order. So that's what makes the position even more complicated for Brazil. I know Fabiano is thinking about it. I'm not entirely sure that Brazil will not be a part of it. I think that Brazil will, but the terms of this new order, the terms of the agreements that might, bring together this new order, might not be good for Brazil, and the maneuvering room of a country like ours may not be so great. So I'm not sure if we'll be, all in this new project, or if we'll be, as we have been, very much hesitant regarding the creation of this new international order. Yeah, I think that now it's time for the Q&A. Thank you so much, and I'd love to hear your thoughts about this.
Thank you a lot, Professor Casarões, for bringing our ongoing research on Russian-Brazil relations. So you are the discussant, but I'm here in person. I will try to help you out with raising questions from the audience. Yes, please, Professor Sashi here. Anyone else? Not yet? Okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much for this fantastic panel. I really, really thoroughly enjoyed it. And I have three questions for all the three panelists, starting from Professor Seginkov. One of the fundamental premises of your presentation is that there might not be a potential cooperation between Russia and the West in the future. However, historically, there have been instances where enemies have become friends. In the curious case was the 1972 handshake between the United States and China of Richard Nixon and Mao. So do you envision any situation in the future where such a cooperation between the West and China can come along and that could disrupt Russia's potential relationship with the global South? And if so, what are the conditions under which such a convergence of ideas between the West and Russia could develop? The second question, I want to sort of appreciate Fabiano's intervention. I think it's brilliant, and in many ways, the emotional outpour is justified, and you're asking the most sort of important questions, but also you're pointing out to some of the fundamental things that do not come out of Brazil from the establishment views of how Brazil's foreign policy should work. And in that sense, you're bringing out some of those fundamental questions that are central. And in that line, I want to ask a question
of Itamaraty's elitism. In some ways, the growing discourse within Brazil is the understanding that Itamaraty is the most elite, sophisticated force in understanding and negotiating Brazil's diplomacy. And to some extent, this elitism itself is responsible for focusing on G20 instead of BRICS Plus, because Itamaraty wants to maintain itself as an elite club, which is not very different from any other foreign policy institutions like that of in India, for example, or any other foreign policy institutions. So in that light, do you see any groups within Itamaraty itself who might be wanting to focus more on civil society and the global south? And are there internal battles within the bureaucratic establishment like the Itamaraty? And if you can shed light on that, that'll be great. And lastly, I want to ask this question to Guilherme Castrois, Professor. I've read your works, and one thing that I did not see in your presentation is that when Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, Lula made this very important claim that I don't understand why Biden has not flown all the way to Russia to stop the war. And at that time, you wrote a piece in The Conversation critiquing Lula's position as anti-American and ideological. However, right now, we see the West itself is coming together with the view that it's time to negotiate with Russia, given Ukraine's failing in the war. Have you yourself changed your views on the position that Lula's anti-Americanism and his ideological position, which you criticized in the beginning, was in fact the right view, and to some extent, Brazil was the protagonist of a rules-based international order where diplomatic interactions are not sort of taken secondary instead of war fighting? In fact, Brazil was actually asking for diplomatic interventions and conversations and communication, which the West has now recognized as important in order to sort of resolve the problem. So these are my 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sashi. For those online, Professor Sashi is here with us in the seminar. He had a lecture, the first panel, and he's from the University of City of London, right? Thank you very much for a very interesting contribution. Is there anybody else willing to raise a question? Yeah, please.
Hi, thank you. First of all, when we get the 3... Okay, my name is Bella. I was a student here last year, and I'm here now just to see the presentation. So when we think about the 3 presentations and all the things that you all talked about, we can kind of have the feeling that trying to conquer the Russia feeling to get what was once there, it was theirs, and also the invasion of Ukraine is not something that we see an ending to it. We see other wars ongoing. So I wanted to ask 2 things. First, how's diplomacy when we think about Brazil and the BRICS Plus going into that, if it's an ongoing war, and also about the Russia itself, and if it's an ongoing war, how we could see the world about that in a way of economics and also the diplomacy itself.
Thank you, Isabella. So I think we can pass the floor to the professors to hear their answers. So maybe I will follow the order of Sashi's questions and ask Professor Tsigankov, please.
Sure. Thank you for your question. I do agree with you that there were multiple historical periods during which Russia and Western countries cooperated. A most important condition for that historical has been the presence of common threat. If you find examples, historical examples of Russian cooperation ever since Russia entered Europe and became part of Europe, first thing you need to remember that it wasn't like Europe welcomed Russia. Russia became part of Europe as a great power after it defeated Sweden. And that's how Russia is recognized by Europeans, predominantly as a great power that has its own security interests in Europe. And since then, Russia assumed important obligations for upholding and preserving and developing European world order. And that was clearly reflected in multiple actions in the 18th century and moving forward to 19th century, and even under the new post-revolutionary era, Russia tried to cooperate with the West against common threat. Just remember the Napoleonic Wars, for example, how Russia led the opposition to Napoleon all the way to establishing the Vienna system. I remember how Catherine the Great cooperated by entering the 7 Years' War. Then she withdrew for various reasons, but she did see Russia as loyal and important participant in European developments at the time. And then moving further to the 19th century, even after Russia was defeated during the Crimean War in the mid-19th century, it still established the alliance with France and ultimately Great Britain against the rising Germany, the so-called Entente. And even after the revolution, the Bolshevik Revolution, you remember the efforts by Litvinov, who was the Soviet foreign minister under Stalin, to build the anti-Nazi coalition, unsuccessful attempt to build collective security system in Europe. And then, of course, anti-Nazi alliance during World War II. But in each of these examples, you have one very important conditions always present. There is a greater threat, and Russia and Western countries cooperate against this greater threat. That is ultimately what also pushed Russia and the West closer together, particularly US-Russia alliance under Vladimir Putin against another threat, common threat, which is terrorism. Other conditions were there, but they were not significant enough to prevent mutually suspicious attitudes. Europeans and Americans, to less extent, viewed Russia historically as a potential problem, as a potential threat. There was a great deal, continues to be a great deal of hidden and open Russophobia that continues to drive European foreign policies, and to some extent, to less extent, American foreign policy as well. I have studied this, as you mentioned, in one of my books. Anti-Russian lobby is very much part of American foreign policy as well. And Russians as well have their own suspicions towards the West. So even when you have relatively robust energy cooperation, and as it was developed during the Soviet era under the Social Democratic Germany and the Soviet Union, even when you have political foundations that existed after the end of the Cold War, there would always be mutual suspicion until and unless there are very significant security structures that unite both countries. Russia and the West are desperate, ultimately, for their own sake, to establish mutually shared security conditions, security structures that would facilitate some trust. If this is not going to happen, they will always continue to be in a state of mutual animosity that is potentially very dangerous for the outside world as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Fabiano, please.
So there's the question of Professor Sashi and the question of Isabella, former graduate student of PUC Minas. Concerning to the question of Professor Sachi, I guess the idea is to problematize the Itamaraty roles in the engagement with BRICS and in comparison with the engagement with the G20. And there's this idea of the elite club, which is many diplomacies around the world, they nurture that perspective on foreign policy. in a sense, being against the expansion of BRICS would be something that would concentrate power in the Brazilian hands. So it's not diluted, it's concentrated with less members. I guess this is something that is very mainstream perspective on the BRICS expansion, the reading of it in Brazil. And you asked me if there is any group in Itamaraty engaged with civil society that can maybe democratize or push Brazil more towards this new world order or BRICS engagement, and not to the established order or established relations, international relations as we know it. Well, bad news. I would say that inside Itamaraty, you have organizations that receive money from Open Society Foundation to promote their own agendas in foreign policy, which is something, in my view, very serious and something that need to be problematized. There's the Association of Women Diplomats in Itamaraty that receive $120,000 from George Soros Foundation to promote gender equality, which is, and I say that all the time, this is very important. That's very fundamental that Brazilian society discuss issues like gender equality, transgender, LGBTQ, and many other issues. And these issues are very, very important to our society. I guess there are social movements that are involved in them, and it somehow constitutes what we are as Brazilians. This is one thing. And the other thing is when you try to promote issues that are very controversial in foreign policy. I think we need to define our identity and to start negotiating with others in terms of respect, mutual respect, and even the acceptance that sometimes there are some partners that are not ready to have discussions. And I would say that we are facing problems and troubles in our society to debate. As Casarão mentioned many times, we are not a great power. We're not like America that we can use foreign policy for political interests inside Brazil. They can do that. They can split their society, and even so, they can solve their problems bombing other countries. We cannot do that. We need to be humble and to accept the difference of states that might be our partners in the future. And if you want to start engaging in a conversation, the worst strategy is to start with the problems that are divisive or the issues that are divisive. We need to focus on those issues that unite us with partners. And that's interesting because when you talk about these very sensitive issues, and now we're talking about the expanded BRICS that has Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, and then you think about 4 Muslim countries and one which is a Christian Orthodox, which is Ethiopia. And that they all have their own traditions, their own religions, and their own issues concerning civil rights, concerning the place of women in society, concerning reproductive rights, and many things that we discuss here. So what should we do with new partners? Try to teach them how to live, advancing this kind of agenda, or first trying to learn about the way they are, and then exchanging views about the way we are, and trying to find a common interest to advance. That's why I'm so afraid of money coming from abroad to finance specific causes, which as I told you before, I'm not a very conservative, I'm not a right wing. I cannot be put in this table, this place. But I'm concerned about the practical effects that this kind of agenda have when you try to move these issues that are very important inside the Brazilian society as an objective or as a goal of foreign policy. And I might be over suspicious on that, but I had a bit of experience talking to diplomats from other countries, and I knew that they want to know everything that could be divisive in BRICS to exploit these issues. Western diplomats. And they're doing that. That's international politics. We need to learn that. But then we need to have maturity to define who we are, what we want to advance in participating in different groupings, and to choose which people inside the government are going to be involved in the discussions. Because we have different branches. The Brazilian state is very complex. Everybody that is aware of what happens in Brasilia knows that. We have a government that is a coalition government, so we have a problem in terms of how we define our objectives. Sometimes it's good that Itamaraty is isolated compared to other sectors of society. Sometimes this is not good. So it's complicated. It's not something that, and I wouldn't say that Itamaraty is the only responsible for that. In terms of not engaging with BRICS. Of course, our Sherpa says that we are engaged with BRICS. Our special advisor for the president, international relations, Celso Amorim, which was one of the creators of BRICS with Lavrov, as Casarões mentioned, asserts that we are involved with BRICS. But if you have the whole year of 2023 holding events on the C20, T20, G20, and many other 20 side events that we had during the whole year, and we already signed to our partners in BRICS that next year we're going to focus only the first semester to discuss BRICS, to have the events and to debate them. That next year all the meetings are going to be in Brasilia, whereas during the G20 we had meetings in many different countries throughout the world, the country, capitals, and other countries and other cities. Of course, and we know that Brazil next year the carnival is going to be on March, so our year is going to start in April, and then we're going to finish the debates related to the BRICS presidentship, the BRICS chairmanship of Brazil, in July. That's a short. We cannot come up with an idea, for instance, to advance the de-dollarization or to advance other concrete steps if we do not discuss and do not engage society. And I'm afraid that we are not ready because we are afraid of what's going to happen when we put Brazilians to discuss with Iranians, to discuss with Saudi Arabians and Ethiopians, and Chinese and Russians. I'm afraid of that. So in this sense, we should be preparing that. We should be defining our priorities, and we should be engaging with civil society at the same level that we're engaging now with the G20 civil society participation. And we're not doing that, and I'm afraid that the government won't do that because we have a government that is a sponsor, and the constituency is formed by many progressivist, left-wing people, parties, and in society, social movements that don't want to have this conversation. And sometimes we criticize the West because they impose their own values, and we're not able to be humble and to accept that others are different. So this is my point. So that's not only Itamaraty. I think that's a whole complex of issues that must be analyzed. But of course, Itamaraty is the one who is in charge of it and is the one that could be engaged in this process. And the second, Isabella, I didn't get really the point is that how Brazil's diplomacy can handle relations with Russia amidst the war in Ukraine. Because maybe this was the point. Is that okay? If I got it right? So first of all, we need to open up the debate about what's happening in Ukraine. Brazil has this historical position of being in favor of international law, and this is very important. So we're against any kind of intervention, we preserve sovereignty, and that's why Brazil is justifying his approvals in many of the resolutions of the United Nations against Russia. But I guess we are able to understand from the big picture. And the big picture involves many other questions. And I'm going to give you one example that I'm using this example a lot because here in Brazil, we're not discussing that because we're not aware of that. And there's this cancel culture that if you say something that you're understanding the reasons why Russia is doing what she's doing, you suddenly become a Russian propagandist. That's spread all over the world, and that's what's happening. And here in Brazil, it happens the same. So after the end of the Cold War, 25 million Russians were spread around the other republics. Of course, the major concentration was in Ukraine, but the Russians were living in Estonia, Lithuania, or Latvia, and Lithuania also. So what happened in these Baltic countries, Estonia and Latvia? I can mention them because these are the very critical issues that must be considered. What happened with the Russians living there after the end of the Cold War? If you look today to the demography of Estonia, for instance, they have 1.3 million people. Of this population, almost 300,000 are Russians. If you ask these Russians to show you their passports, it's going to be written there, non-citizen of Estonia. That's amazing. Someone holding this name, I guess, could apply for International Court of Human Rights to say, hey, there's something wrong here. And why are they non-citizens? Because they cannot choose the political leadership of the country. That's so weird, because, you know, if you don't have a state, if you don't belong to any state, you are a stateless. And there's an international convention to protect the rights of stateless people. But because stateless people have political rights, they became non-citizens. This is a new category that the Baltic states, Estonia and Latvia, created to handle the situation of a huge diaspora of Russians that are living there since the 40s and the 50s after the incorporation of these states in the Soviet Union. So this is an unsolved problem, inheritance of the Cold War and of bipolarity. What would you expect from an international liberal order that is based on human rights? Let's solve this problem. What happened? It was not solved. First, from the perspective of Russia, these countries now belong to the major military alliance that we ever experienced in humanity. And so Russians can do anything related to them. But this is practical. So if we want to consider international law, we should ask the question, is international law being applied to everyone? This is a political question. I'm talking about political orders, not normative orders. But in practical terms, what does 300,000 people represent to Russia that has 150 million people? Almost nothing. It cannot destabilize a government in Russia, be that a liberal government or be that a state-centric government like Putin is, or be that a communist government like Zyuganov would be. But if you take 10 million Russians living in a state that aims to get in NATO and that has a very, and you know, I'm not being a propagandist, I'm just saying that, a very anti-Russian nationalist movement that took power in 2014, that causes problems. And then you need to do something. Look, I'm just understanding the phenomena, what's happening there. And I'm understanding something that the majority of people don't know, because we simply do not talk about Russia, because we demonize Russia and we not think about Russian motives. But that's a political strategy of the political West, not to let this kind of conversation advance. So what would be interesting for Brazil to do is start negotiating and talking about that. And the Brazilian government should talk to the Brazilian society and say, oh, look, engage in some in some kind of debate over this very complex issue. And I understand the position of the Brazilian government in terms of the defense of sovereignty and the territorial integrity. We're not a great power, so we can suffer from that in the future. But we should negotiate and we should discuss that more openly. And to teach Brazilian society and to teach Brazilian actors about what's happening there. And then maybe from this perspective, we're going to look at the picture and understand better what's happening. So if we do not understand what's happening, no one is going to devise an alternative and a solution to this problem. This is my view in terms of what Brazilian diplomacy can do related to the Ukrainian crisis.
Thank you, Professor Fabiano. Professor Casarões, you have the floor.
Dani, I promise I'm going to be very, very brief. But let me just defend myself, defend my reputation in the first place. Professor Sashi, thank you for your question. But to be fair, I've never said that Lula's foreign policy is anti-American, and I've never really criticized Brazil's position on the war on Ukraine. What I've been saying publicly, and this has been my line of thought for many, many years, is that Lula's views on international politics are somehow outdated, because in a way he sees the world as the world of 20 years ago or 20-something years ago. And of course, he colors the world that he sees. He uses a Cold War framework to look at some things. And for example, Lula gave an interview to Time magazine in August 2022. That was before the national elections in the country, in which he not only said that Joe Biden should have solved the problem as soon as it started, but he also said that there's no one to blame, or not somebody specific to blame, that there's blame on both sides. I think that's pretty much how he's framed it. And I understand that Lula's perspective on the conflict draws on an idea of Russia as an anti-imperialist force, which to me is not necessarily true. Russia has its own strategic considerations that go well beyond fighting American imperialism. I think Russia has its own views of empire and its own considerations about power and the rest of the world. So this is my only critique to Lula's position on this. And to be fair, I've never, ever criticized Lula's position on the war in Ukraine. And I personally think that sometimes it's good to be able to sit on the fence, as Brazil's been doing. Sometimes it's good to, hedge to either side, depending on the circumstances, because it's better to our national interests. And I think that one of the main advantages of Lula, as compared to any other president that we have ever had, is his uncanny ability to have conversations with pretty much everyone. He has a good relationship with the Biden administration. He has a good relationship with Vladimir Putin. He has a good relationship with China, and he used to have a good relationship even with Israel. Nowadays, not anymore, for the reasons that we know. So I haven't really changed my mind on this. My positions are pretty much the same. And I remember, just as an illustration, and just to wrap this up, I was on national television in 2014 saying that no matter what my judgments were, that I understood from a moral and from a theoretical perspective what Russia was doing in Crimea. And I got an email. I was on national television. You guys probably remember Painel, that TV show that there were always like three people talking about geopolitics or talking about something. And I was, the lone voice there saying, I understand where Russia is coming from. Because John Mearsheimer had just written or was about to write something about this along the same lines. I mean, from a theoretical perspective, and Professor Tsigankov has also mentioned this, Russia had its power concerns in 2014, given the expansion of NATO and given everything that was happening. And I got an email from the Russian ambassador at the time, the Russian ambassador in Brasilia, thanking me for being the only voice on national television to say that there's another way to look at the problem, which is not just the Western way to look at the problem. And Fabiano, I'm indirectly sponsored by Open Society and all the other foundations, and I've been able to preserve, to my best knowledge, my academic independence on these issues. Now, Isabella has asked us about Brazil's foreign policy regarding the conflict, and I think that, you know, there's an expression that we sometimes use to describe Brazil's foreign policy as strategic ambiguity. I think it's good for Brazil to be strategically ambiguous sometimes, especially when it comes to a conflict that has little to do with us, I mean, directly. And I think that Brazil has been doing the best it could do in a context like this. And the best it could do in a context like this is, let's try to get to peace. Let's try to broker some sort of conversation between Zelensky and Putin. Let's try to figure out how to, you know, get out of this war with, you know, no more casualties, no more, you know, territorial issues. Brazil proposed with China, I think it was like 6 months ago or something. Brazil proposed a 6-point plan with China. That's just the beginning, of course. It's just like a bullet points. But I think that it's the beginning of a possible conversation between the parties, the belligerent parties in the conflict. So that might be a way out. And of course, these parties are probably going to talk, if they talk, much more because of China than because of Brazil. But the fact that Brazil is trying, you know, to work its way around the conflict and to reach out to all the parties, to talk to the actors involved, I think that's the best the Brazilian diplomacy can actually do. And I don't think it's a problem to keep sitting on the fence. And that's the way I see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Guilherme. I'm sorry we have been beyond our time, but that makes me think how we should have done this in person with you all here, so we could continue this conversation over a very nice table full of Minas Gerais food. Professor Tsigankov is quite a tradition here to have these big dinners. So I hope next time I'll be able to have you all here in person to continue this discussion. Thank you very much. And a special thanks also to Professor Andrei Tsigankov and Professor Fabiano Melnichuk. You both are very special inspirations to our studies, right? Professor Casarões here at the Ruslat Observatory. And I'd like also to thank the audience to be here with us until now, and also our online audience. Professor Eugenio is connected online with us as well. So thank you all very much. Now I'm back to Portuguese, to close, to finish, terminar o nosso quinto seminário do Grupo de Pesquisa sobre Potências Médias. Muito obrigada a todos que estiveram aqui. Esperamos, né, professor Javier, não tardar tantos anos, Giuseppe, para voltar a realizar esse encontro pessoalmente. Então, que em um futuro breve estejamos todos aqui reunidos novamente. No que vem já tem previsão do evento, né, professor Javier, da Rede de Estudos sobre China. Então, já fica aqui o convite. Next year, we have an event on China studies, so I also leave the invitation to Professor Tsigankov, Professor Fabiano, about that as well. E desejo a todos um excelente final de semana. Obrigada. Thank you.